After 44 days of competition, I Love Money X has come to a close, but the drama has just gotten started. Welcome to I Love Money X Reunited.
Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. I got so many bars, call it kamikaze. Ain't nobody ever gonna ever stop me. And I know that I could be a little cocky. That's the byproduct of hard work, no it's not free. I'm at a top speed, I think you lost me. Do not cross me, I keep dropping all these hits and I know that they watching. They keep showing up in my place, always knocking. Knock, knock, bitch, I've been standing right here. Been over 3 years and then you just got here. Man, get me a beer and open up the mirrors. Let me show you now what you've been missing for years. Call it premiere, I can take a boy's name and smear, or take it up a gear and end your career and make you feel fear, or make you disappear. Cause I am right here and not going nowhere. And when I rap, yeah, man, I snap fast. Like your girl's back, hit a clap, clap, break it in, smack. Shotty like a quick snack, like it when I'm all up in there. I'm finna win it like I win stacks. Every single that I'm in, man, it's been fat. These haters all get whacked when I spit max. These haters all get bit in the pit fast. You better get cracked, so you better move back. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know.
I never get tired of it.
I Love Money. The winner of DH1's I Love Money will receive a complimentary winner's post on the official Facebook page, a coveted spot in the DH1 Hall of Fame, and a cash prize of up to $100,000. Results may vary. I love money. May the best orger win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to I Love Money X. Previously on I Love Money, we got to our grand finale where two veterans, Taisha and No Chill Josh, made it all the way to the final two, the furthest that you can go in this game. The 10 jurors grilled them and gave them some pretty tough questions. And ultimately, it came down to the closest vote in I Love Money history. It was a 5-5 tie vote, which, by the way, I wish in retrospect I would have revealed it as a 5-5 vote and then had Taisha reveal who she eliminated, and that would have been epic. But ultimately, because Taisha won the final competition and got to eliminate the correct juror, Taisha was crowned the winner of I Love Money X by a vote of 5-4. So Taisha, now that you've had a couple of days to process your win, how are you feeling being the 10th inductee into the DH1 Hall of Fame?
I feel amazing. I had so much fun playing this season, even though some people think I didn't play, but I won, period, in the story. Can't change it now. Dylan, you already know how I feel about this game, so just want to do you right. So I had a lot of fun. That's all I can say.
What an icon. But moving over to Josh. So Josh, you were this close to getting the crown. Whether it's one vote away or 5 minutes away in the competition, this is the closest anyone has ever gotten to getting the win without actually getting it. Now that you've had a couple of days to process your loss, how are you feeling?
I'm pissed! No, I'm kidding.
Oh, you better.
Look, there's gonna be some people I'm gonna have to address tonight for things that happened over the course of the finale. So those who thought I was rude before are really gonna think I'm rude tonight. But overall, like, this being as split of a vote as it could be, I did everything I could in this damn game. And really, to go 2 seasons back to back, where really the winner, where really my season came down to winning that final 3 comp, it's just wild to me. Like, season 9, if I had beat Chantel, I probably would have won last season. If I came first, I would have eliminated the correct juror, so I would have won this season. So it's kind of poetic, kind of bittersweet, but it is what it is. I'm proud of what I did. I can't be mad. Taisha did her damn thing, so it is what it is.
Well, let's talk about that finale. So I felt that most of the questions during the finale were pretty fair, pretty even keel, but some of you made it very known that you were not in particularly happy with how Josh behaved this season. So I'm gonna go over to Hunter. So Hunter, when you got to approach Josh and talk about whether he should win or not, you were very forthcoming both in your question and during the jury interview on why Josh should not be the winner on a moral perspective. Can you explain to us why you felt that way?
Well, so number one, my question was very nice. It was just compliments. I was not mean in my question, but I just felt like, listen, it was just how I felt about the two people, or I guess the three people at the time, if you add in Lauren, but that's just how I felt with the options. I just felt like two people were good people because I got to know them. And, maybe Josh just wasn't giving me the same vibes as the other two. I don't know.
Let me just jump in right here, right quick.
Go for it.
Because Hunter, the thing is, I tried to extend an olive branch to you so many fucking times in this game, and every time you burned me. Like I said, early on in the game, when it came down to that first vote after Chris got expelled, we were against each other, but I said, look, I didn't hold no beef against you because, like, if it's me versus you, you do what you got to do. And I told you that. But after that, when you said, look, I told you, I ain't got no beef with you. You trying to suggest to me the best still got to stay strong. I said, I don't know about them bitches, but you and me are square. And we said, okay, bet. The next day, when Heather goes and exposes all the alliance, the fact that the vets try to stick together, form an alliance, you're going to throw me under the bus again. And I just don't get, this was a like a pattern in the game. Like, I come to you trying to work, when we were partners, we said, look, we can do this. We, even after we're done being partners, we can potentially still work together. I said, okay, bet, I'm willing to explore that. But after that, the second you get a chance to, you throw me under the bus. And I just don't get it. You did it multiple times and it's not adding up. So you didn't really get a chance to get to know me.
I think that an important thing to look at, so when I paired you guys up during duos night, I had paired both of you up because both of you had feelings that you held in your diary room, but not necessarily were expressing to each other. And I was shocked and flabbergasted when both of you had confronted each other. So we're gonna go through some of the messages that you guys exchanged after you were paired up.
Okay.
So after you guys were paired up, Hunter said, okay, can I ask, I mean, why do you not like me? Josh said, do you really want me to be honest? Hunter said, yes, duh. And Josh said, okay, you're the type of gay that annoys the fuck out of me. Like, your voice is grating to me and you come off as very vain as you direct conversation to yourself when they don't involve you at all. Hunter replied back, well, that's ironic because OMG, I feel the same way about you, even about my own voice shit sucks. I mean, honesty is the best policy. So yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, but I agree. But honestly, we are fucking homos. So we already got one thing in common. So maybe we will surprise each other or at least just get by. So this was your guys' dynamic coming into the duos night, and going into the challenge, it was very awkward. It was clear that the chemistry was not there. So I have to ask both of you, and either one of you can jump in. How did you feel when both of you heard how the other had felt about each other? And I guess Hunter, you can start.
I mean, I wasn't too shocked, I was just kind of like, oh, okay, work, I guess. I mean, I don't know. He felt something. He felt anger or something. I don't know. Don't know.
Josh, how did you feel?
So, like, when I got partnered with him, or?
when you got partnered and when he gave you his retort back to you?
Look, I didn't feel no type of way about his thing because I said my thing is like my honest opinion, and even after that, I still said, even though I find you annoying, I still like you as a person. I did say that, but it was this weird. I don't know. It was a weird dynamic. The main thing that had me worried about being partnered with Hunter was the fact that this season I came in, I didn't want to throw shit, and I know that at that point Hunter hadn't really been like going he hadn't channeled his beast mode yet. So I was like, that was really my concern. It's like, oh shit. And then we do the 1, 2, 3 challenge and we get 1 minute and 7 seconds. I was like, well, what the fuck is this? And I tried so hard, just be calm, look, it may not be the worst, be optimistic, but it's like, fuck, 1 minute, 7 seconds. We are definitely dead last loser.
Well, I didn't think we would be last. I thought we did good. So
I very much disagreed, but I didn't say nothing because I was trying to look, we don't necessarily like each other, but I feel like I didn't want to potentially ruin what could have been a good little partnership since people wouldn't expect it. So I bit my tongue very heavily. But I was like, yeah, we're definitely
no, that's mature of you.
I do have to say, Hunter, you are fibbing right now a little bit because I distinctly remember you went back to the Meat Eaters chat and you told them about what Josh had said to you. And you said, that we're not going to do good in the challenge, but you don't really give a fuck because you'd like to see Josh go home.
Okay, that just might have been me just talking shit because I definitely didn't try to lose on purpose. I wouldn't have done that because then me and Josh would have had to duel. So I definitely didn't do that on purpose. But that was true. It wouldn't have been the worst if we lost and Josh somehow went home. I wouldn't be crying about it. It would have been fine. But.
Well, I guess to kind of wrap a bow on your guys' relationship, because we still got a lot left to go.
I don't think we really have anywhere to go. I think me and Josh were just different people, and that's really just the sum of it.
I meant with the rest of the cast. I was going to say, where do you guys think you'll go off from here? Do you think you're going to part ways?
We're going to part ways. I feel like we're going to part ways. It's just, he going to be him over there, I'm going to be me over here. And that's just how it's going to be.
Okay, that's pretty fair. You feel the same way, Hunter?
Yeah, I would never, I don't think unless this game happened, I would never, been around Josh. He's way, older than me and he's just, different. He's older. So I feel like we would just go different ways.
Pause. First of all, bitch, you saying I'm twice your age. I'm 24, motherfucker. You're only 18. You might be built like a 12-year-old, but you're not 12.
Yeah, so I wouldn't hang out with Josh. He's different. He might be not built like a 24-year-old either. He's built, like a 400-pound man. So, it would just be tricky. I think it would be different.
I'm 270, bitch, and don't try me because I can fling your little ass all around. So don't try me, bitch.
Okay, well, if you round up, it's 300. So that's not good. So I think we would just go different ways. For sure. For sure.
Let me bite my tongue before I get canceled again.
Yeah, you do that.
I do want to look back at a clip as well from one of the lives. I almost forgot to bring this up. So everyone, please bring your attention to the Megatron.
Megatron.
The Megatron.
Oh, the Jumbotron. That's what I meant.
Baby, you're not.
I don't feel like that. You are lazy.
You literally said that. You could have gone on record.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
You shouldn't have to work. You literally have said that today to me on a call.
Well, sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But you're obviously lazy too. Let's be real.
I'm lazy. Bitch, I work 3 jobs. You know shit about me. Me and lazy are the last thing. You can come for me for being fat. I'm too lazy.
All right, everyone.
I'm for being fat. I'm just saying you're lazy.
Time is up. House guests, everyone except.
Nice hair, Dylan.
Thank you. Hunter, you came at Josh saying he was lazy. even when he had said that he was working 3-4 jobs. Can you explain that rationale to us really quick?
I don't know. Just, I don't know. That's just how I felt. And yeah, that's
Because he was saying shit just to say shit. He didn't have no real particular rhyme or reason.
okay. I wasn't saying stuff just to say stuff.
But you were, because you had no other reason to justify, based on my performance in the game and our interactions, that I was lazy.
Okay, so if you weren't lazy, you would be going to the gym, and so you're not, so you're lazy. That's why I said that. That's what I think, and that's how I'm gonna stay thinking.
Oh, just because, let me stop. If I go there,
are we allowed to say anything or not?
Do you have something?
Well, I didn't want to say it. It kept being like,
yeah, I want to say something.
Okay, go for it.
Hunter, you need to go to the fucking gym too. You look like you starving. Your mama don't fucking feed you. And you talk about somebody not going to the gym because Josh mama fed him. Don't do that.
Well, I already did, so I guess it's too late to take backsies.
Like, being skinny don't mean you're cute. Just know that. Just know that.
Clearly, you live by that motto, and that's great.
Yeah, just look in the mirror. Just know that. Like,
okay.
do not.
Oh, I do quite often. Oh, I do.
All right. Well, I'm gonna star Jones real quick, and we're gonna settle down. We're gonna put a pin in it, and we're gonna move on. Okay.
Period.
Jade Wolf, do you have something to add?
Yeah. I heard Josh said that he works like 3 to 4 jobs, and I'm just kind of curious of what jobs he does. I'm just like curious is all.
For me, when I say I have multiple jobs, that means I have multiple sources of income. Because even though I might come off as broke, baby, I'm getting checks left, right, and center. So don't ever get it twisted. I have a regular 9 to 6.
I was just curious.
Okay, well, I do Instacart, Lyft, Uber, all that. I picked up gigs working as staff at celebrity events. I was literally working an event at Netflix with Kevin Hart and Tiffany Haddish and all the rest of the lights. I'm a paid extra for TV shows, movies. Yeah, I have a lot of sources of income.
That's really cool. Really neat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Jade, while we've got you here, you had a pretty rough go around during the pre-jury phase of this game. So let's take a look at the Jumbotron real quick.
Asked your positive vote for.
So my positive vote was for Lady K. And that was just because I think we were trying to
advantage. Congratulations.
I'm trying to find the negative vote.
We're going to move on to our last vote for the two that all right, so we'll go in alphabetical order.
I can follow some rules. I'm like I said, I'm new to this whole thing, so I don't know what's going on exactly. So I just wait and hear what everybody's doing. I'm a little bit. I get confused easily, and yeah,
this one was the time.
I can follow.
Hold on, y'all. I might have the wrong timestamp.
Oh wow, that's so cool. I never heard in alphabetical order.
1 second, y'all. Y'all can go back to doing it. I think I picked the wrong timestamp.
Okay, but hold on, let me freak out.
Hey, bitch, where you at? I don't see you.
I'm scroll down a little bit. Scroll down a little bit. Oh my god, I missed you.
Bitch, look at your hair.
Oh my god, we did come in. I'm so happy for us. Mwah.
We here with tea.
We here.
Did I miss anything besides Hunter and Josh fussing?
No, that's we just started. Hi, LJ.
Hey, bitch.
Excuse me?
Fuck you, Ida.
I'm gonna come to your job and fuck you up.
You know where the fuck I stay and where I work at now, so shut the fuck up. Me and Ida had an org meetup the other day. We had so much fun.
They jealous. That's why they quiet.
Hey, I was there in spirit.
Sunshine wish. That's why he unmuted.
Yo, I'm so jealous that you guys hung out. I can't even hold it.
Sunshine, she gave me some titty milk.
Ken, are you jealous? Ken
Now
didn't get
I'm
no
really
TV milk,
jealous.
but LJ
Now
did.
I'm jealous. Now I'm jealous. All right, you got me there. You got me there.
Y'all hear me? We can
Like
hear
loud
you.
and clear. Like loud and
LJ, he said,
clear.
how did it
Yes, I
taste?
can hear you, baby.
Okay, yeah, check in, tap in, check 212. Okay.
LJ, Ken said, how did it taste?
Okay, I do have the clip. Okay, now everyone.
Disgusting.
This was during the pregame positive and negative vote, and this was when Lauren voted for Jade.
Going around. So was
Will be the person receiving the advantage. Congratulations. And who was
Thank
your
you, guys.
negative vote?
my negative vote was for Jade. And that was just because when we were introducing ourselves to Simon, we were kind of all going around. And Jade, you just didn't say anything. I don't know if you just missed it or not. So nothing personal.
Yeah, that sounded way personal.
Okay.
I didn't know what we were doing. That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't know what was going on. That's exactly why I didn't say anything, because I was like, in my head I was thinking like, what are we doing? I'm on the call. What's going on? You know. That's why I didn't say anything, because I didn't know what we were doing.
That's fair. I mean, look, no, yeah, you put me up as your negative vote. It's cool. Look, it works out.
So Jade, why did you have such a strong response when Lauren gave you that negative vote?
Because I felt like she was attacking me.
Why did you feel that she was attacking you?
Hold on. Well, because of the way that she was acting toward me, she was acting like she was all like, to me, I felt like she was all acting like high and mighty, like she felt like she was the best and everything. That's how I felt at the time.
Do you feel differently now watching it back and seeing how the season played out?
Yeah, 50-50.
Well, Lauren, how do you feel watching that tape back and hearing what Jade has to say?
It was less dramatic than I remembered it being. I've got to say, I remembered a lot more yelling. That was pretty tame. Jade, it really was just, we didn't know anyone and you were kind of bonding the least. And it wasn't because I don't like you or didn't like you. And I'm sorry if I came across high and mighty. I literally didn't get one positive vote. I got a negative vote from you. So I did not think I was, popular in the least bit. It was really just based off of the 2-second interaction we had. And you voted for me, so it was even.
Because I didn't know who to vote for, because it was like felt like I was being freaking pressured.
Well, I was in the same position as you and I didn't take any offense. So I hope you don't take any either. It was not anything to do with you or who you are as a person.
Okay, every door is a door for you to open now, isn't it? Sorry, my dog just came in.
So that wasn't your only moment, Jade. So let's take a look at this next clip from the newbie meeting on day 6.
Oh dear.
Inferno's Blast, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna start with Jade. Jade, who did you think deserves to go home tonight?
I'm sorry, but I felt like Simon should go home.
And what is your reason?
Well, I feel like he basically attacked me personally and said that I was negative when I wasn't. So that's basically the reasoning there. Was he just attacked me saying that I'm negative and I wasn't negative at all.
All right, Simon, you deserve to go home tonight.
Yeah, so I chose Jade for numerous reasons. First of all, in the challenge, they had the weakest idea. It was equivalent to kindergartners trying to put an input to a creative project. Second of all, they've gone into it with multiple members on our team. Every time they're on the call, they're not paying attention. They're always saying some negative ass bullshit. And third of all, I've tried to reach out to you numerous times, and you just burnt a bridge with somebody that actually was willing to talk to you. And so
I was on Facebook
Okay,
with some of
cool.
my friends, so
I don't
excuse
give a
me.
fuck, honestly. I think you're a worthless member to our team, and I wouldn't mind seeing you leave. So, if you want to, if you want to attack, you just fucking got it.
Oh shit.
This shit is going. This shit is
You're the
lit,
only
bro.
one that came after.
We
Already, bro.
already getting into it, and it's not even the beginning
Well,
of the fucking
it's
game.
what you fucking deserve. You fucking have you came after Lauren the first fucking night. You came after
I
Lady K.
apologized for
Oh,
that.
I don't give a fuck if you apologize. Your actions should speak louder than your words. And you don't even know that Lady K was in the game. You thought fucking Keisha was the one that said that you were negative. So I think that in itself is fucking ignorant. So saying you're fucking lame.
Let's go signing. Come on with it.
The rest of that clip will be available after the reunion. So there's a couple of things that were touched on. So first things first, Jade, I think you owe a formal apology to Keisha, who you were coming for despite her not being a player. So Keisha, if you'd like to take that apology from Jade, I think that'd be a nice little moment there.
Hello, Jay.
Yeah, I thought you were a player. My mind was not with me during the game. I apologize for the misleading of that. I do apologize. I came after you thinking you were a player. That was like you were playing in the game. My
okay.
apologies on that one.
So what made you go after Keisha in particular?
Again, I thought she was a player. That's the only reason I went after her, because I thought she was a player and that she was going after, whatever. I kept forgetting that she wasn't playing in the game.
Well, Jade, I will say thank you for confusing me with Lady K because she's beautiful. So if you compare me to her, that is a compliment.
People kept talking
to
about
me.
you. I'm like, okay, I'll go after. People kept your name kept popping up in some places, and I'm like, oh, she must be a player. Okay, I'll go after Keisha. She
I
is
am
not
in every
a,
call. I was in every call, so that's okay.
That's probably why I got it mixed up, because you were in every call.
So that incident that Simon is referring to, I distinctly remember Jade, and I'm scrolling up right now to get what you had said in the chat. But I remember Lady K had posted a suggestion for the little song that you guys had to make. You guys had to make a song, you had to make a banner, you had to make all this stuff. And I remember Lady K put a suggestion for what you guys should do, and you straight up just said, I don't like that, it looks bad. So I have to ask, Lady K, how did you feel when you saw Jade openly diss what you were offering to the table?
Listen, like, I don't know what Jade's problem was. I think it was from night one. I got the positive and she got the negative. She was just against me from that point on. So I don't know. I tried to go on her DM like, yo, can we fix this? And she was like, nothing. So I was like, okay, this is how it's going to be all season. But then Keisha showed up and she started shooting for Keisha and not Lady K. So I was all good. Like, I'm like, yeah, let's vote Keisha out. Let's get her out. I'm with you, Jade.
Like I said, I thought she was a player player in the game. Because she kept on coming on every call and her name kept on popping up. That's what got me thinking, oh, she's a player. Let's get her out.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Jay was kind of negative the entire time we were on teams. I don't know where it came from. I'm not sure if she really understood what was going on, but I don't think it was just with me. It was kind of with everybody.
Did anyone else from SS Uranus feel that Jade was negative during her time on the ship? Lauren, Ken, we haven't talked to Ken yet. Ken, how did you feel about Jade's shenanigans during the early days of the game?
Ken's really doing.
You really don't want my input, but
I really do.
I want your input.
So when I eventually got in the game, I started actually trying to play. I heard this voice on the phone because that's when we was discussing the positive and negative vote, and I was driving, so I couldn't see who was talking. I'm like, who the fuck is this negative ass person talking? I don't know if I voted for Caleb or Simon for the negative vote, but I was thinking it was them talking. So I'm like, who the fuck is this talking? And I started, when I finally seen Jade, I was like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. And it just kept going on after that. So I don't know, Jade. Me and you never talked. I'm sorry. You probably are cool, but you did come off negative as hell at the beginning of the game.
And Lauren, to pass it to you, I remember later on in the game, you actually had expressed interest in working with Jade and reeling her in as a number because you didn't see her as a threat. So did your perception of Jade progress as the game went on?
I was never like in the camp of like gunning for Jade at any point. I remember when the newbies won our one and only challenge, and Heather was in a similar boat as Jade was on our ship, and all of the vets wanted Heather out. And I was like, why the fuck would we take Heather out? And to me, Jade, Heather, like I never wanted either of them out. And my opinion didn't really change on Jade. To me, it was she wasn't hurting me in the game. I know Sunshine suggested an alliance of me, Jade, Heather, Sunshine, and Caleb. That never came to fruition, but I never specifically wanted Jade out. And that didn't change up until the day she went home. Although I didn't want Sunshine to go, so sorry.
And Jade, for my last little segment on you,
Geez, you have so many segments on me, do you?
we have to discuss the controversy between you and Ginny.
I know.
So Ginny was ultimately voted out of this game by Heather Lee Cameron because allegedly, you two were conspiring before the game had even begun on strategy and all of this stuff to do. So let's take a look back at the moment when when Ginny got accused of cheating.
Is it true that you've been cheating in this?
Because no matter what, we all have to get blood in our hands.
What are you
someday.
thinking, Jenny?
Shit.
Jenny, wait, I have a question for you. Is it true that you've been cheating in this game? Because I've been hearing that you've been talking to people on the newbie side. So
And how did you get 7 points?
Wait, can we do the votes first?
No, I need this clarified.
Right, I am clarifying to you that.
Why are you cheating in this game when
I'm not cheating in this game? and
But
that
you
is
did.
true.
You messaged Jade.
No, I did not message Jade.
Yes, you did. You said it and it's on voice recording.
No, I didn't say I
Jenny,
messaged.
it is
I
on
said she
voice.
messaged me and I told her do not message me.
Well, I want to see the Carfax. Show that to Prod, please.
So that was Ginny getting accused. And then let's go look at her execution.
Not during the vault ceremony.
I just messaged.
This is a little.
I was making sure because if someone messaged during the vault ceremony,
No, you can
then
see.
we're checking.
Well,
Well,
10
Ginny,
unbelievable.
and it is time for you to bounce. Do you have any final words before you leave the I Love Money mothership?
Yeah, I wish I never said I knew someone in the game. That's part of the newbies. I should have kept my mouth shut.
You don't
That's
even have to
my
say
downfall.
anything because I know everybody.
So Dylan, you were the first person to point out that Ginny was not playing the game fair. How did you find out about this and how did you feel when you heard about it?
So, hi everyone, by the way. It's good to see y'all. At least for me, the way I had found out was when I got my one-on-one call with Shannon, we were just talking about like how everyone was on each side, and I had made a reference that I know that Ginny and Jade knew each other. There is a picture of them together on Ginny's Instagram, and I was like, well, you can just go look at it if you want. Like, they know each other and they already have this pre-connection.
I'm not following
Jade,
him
I'm
on it.
speaking. I'm speaking. You're not. Thank you.
Let him
And
finish.
then-
Thank you.
Yeah, and then
I just wanted to point that out.
Jade,
Okay.
that's wonderful, Jade. But you two have a picture, and I'm talking. Thank you. Anyway, so continuing on, Shannon had told me that there was a conversation that Ginny and Jade had, and there was some voice recording. So, to me, they're talking to each other. I may not know about what is being said or anything, but if somehow Jade knows Ginny's in the game, how is that possible? The cast reveal hasn't been announced. So that was my problem, and that is why. With this, you have to do what you have to do to survive. If I'm hearing Ginny's cheating, I want to stay in the game. I'm in the bottom. Of course I'm going to bring it up.
Ginny, Jade, do you guys want to clarify this situation?
Yes, finally, I can talk about this. What had happened was while the newbies were doing their positive and negative thing, Jade had messaged me first telling me, oh, Ginny, I wish you were in this game or whatever. People are picking on me and I hate it. I'm crying my eyes out right now. Well, I'm like, Jade, you can't be messaging me, girl. I'm busy doing something. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, don't apologize. Just you can't message me for now. And she's like, why? I'm like, I can't tell you. I'm busy. She's like, oh, okay. So that's what I told Shannon what happened. And then Shannon thought I was cheating because of Jade messaging me first, upset.
Yeah.
I was trying to calm Jade down. And
He was basically just trying to calm me
basically I
down.
told Shannon that Jade messaged
Calm me
me.
down. We
And
weren't
then
telling each strategy.
Shannon misinterpreted it as if I was cheating, which I wasn't.
No, he
And
was just.
so
He was just.
I was basically saying that in reality, in my exit speech, that yeah, I wish I hadn't told Shannon anything. Had I kept my mouth shut about that situation, I probably would have still been in another day. But because I sadly had to say something to Shannon about something, assuming she was going to be a loyal, honest person.
Just to keep it moving, does anyone else have any feelings about this? Does anyone think that, raise your hand if you think Ginny and Jade were cheating and what they were doing was unethical?
I think they was cheating.
Say it again, Ida.
I think they were cheating.
What were you gonna say, Dylan?
I don't want to say the word cheating because I don't think that that's the right word. But I do think that Ginny probably should not have brought that up to Shannon. It should have just died.
Correct. Dylan's right. It should have died.
Well, to wrap
but then that goes to what is his name? Brandon saying that he knew you, Dylan, outside of another game. So people have communications and people have contact. So it's up to perception, 100%. So if we were to say like you and Brandon knew each other and you were linked up and you brought in everybody else, like I think that's unfair. Because he clearly made it say that you guys played many games together and that he was riding or die.
But the difference is that I didn't message Brandon before the game started, like a couple days before. I haven't spoke to Brandon in months. So
but see, the word was perception. That's your perception and your truth. We don't know the truth from Jenny and Jade. So you have your truth, and we only know what Jade and Jenny are saying also.
And plus, Jade
so
never knew I was
ways.
even playing until after I was eliminated. And then she realized, oh, Ginny played. And then that was it. She never knew I was playing.
I don't think
I never knew that he was what she was playing
I'm
at all.
saying. Like, I heard I can only go off of based on what I know. And the difference is what I know now. What I was told was that they were communicating. I wasn't told, I don't know, because I didn't speak to Ginny or Jade because I was never on their side. Well, I wasn't. Whose side was I on preseason? I don't even remember. Dylan, can you help me?
We were communicating, but she was telling me to not message. message her. I was just
Then
telling her
yeah,
that I
then
was
What was
I
your
have no
question?
I'm
problem with that.
talking.
Okay.
I was telling Jenny that I was upset that
Here's the
people were
microphone.
coming after me, and we were not thinking strategy. She was just trying to help me calm down. There was no strategy, no nothing. But like I said, we were talking about not about strategies or anything. I didn't even know she was playing at all.
So from what we're hearing, Shannon was the root for a lot of this miscommunication.
Yes.
Yes.
Does not surprise me at all.
I have a confession.
Oh, go for it, LJ. Let's hear it.
After Jenny Loki told me that I kind of spread it around to use it as a motive to target her. That's
true.
a shame. Thought you could let shit go from last season, but I guess not. You're obsessed. No, I'm talking about what you told me about you and Jade. I use that as a motive to go to other people and tell them, to get you out pretty early. Yeah, because you are obsessed. Like, you're upset because
I don't think
they
that's
ditched
anything
you
from
in
a
season 8.
previous season. It's that it was an easy target, and that's more motivation to help people get someone out. I don't think it was any preconceived notions.
Right. Like, LJ was bitter because I got rid of him in season 8, so he figured he would do the same thing to me.
No, I'm saying
What
that's
Jen's
not
saying
it.
is I used that against you, and she's absolutely right. You should have never told me that. True. That's another thing. Yeah. So that's about it. Yeah. Basically, it was a horrible, deadly game of telephone.
How did we feel about Shannon and Chris in particular?
After hearing Shannon quit because she was angry
Let me
about
say something about
something.
Chris. Okay, I need to say something about Chris. Him leaving led to me making the stupidest decision in this whole freaking game. So him leaving, he was gonna leave that night regardless. But when he got kicked out, like, I could deal with him just because I knew he was gonna be going soon. But Shannon, I never really trusted a single thing she said. So I at least took her with a grain of salt.
Ida, I remember an interaction that you had with Shannon in the beginning, and I wish I had the clip, where you said that you felt that Shannon was speaking down to you. Can you talk on that a little bit? Oh, is Ida still here, or did she drop? Oh, I think she dropped out. Well, I'm gonna move on to the next topic then. We'll get back to her, don't worry. I want to move to is Stassi still here?
She's on her way back home so she could do whatever she needs to, but yeah, please wait.
Okay, I will save that segment for later because we need to talk about her and Da Vinci, and we need to talk about Deontay and her. Okay, so Ida's coming back in, so I will go back to Ida. Ida, can you hear me? She's connecting audio. Ida, can you hear me?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So I remember an interaction between you and Shannon in the beginning of this game, during the pregame, where you had felt that Shannon was speaking down to you. Can you talk about that a little bit?
When I thought what?
When you felt like she was speaking down to you.
Shannon?
Yes.
I don't fucking know.
Do you want me to read through the conversation?
Yeah.
This was when she was accusing you of flipping over and trying to come for her, which, by the way, she completely made up. You said, like, you coming at me, like you coming at this hardcore evidence against me that will have everyone turn their backs on me if I don't be your slave or something. So until you approach me like you want to act, who is that? Can whoever that is mute? Okay, I'm gonna reread what you said to her. So this was after she basically came to you saying, if you don't work with me, you're gonna go home. And you said back to her, you coming at me like you have this hardcore evidence against me that will have everyone turn their backs on me if I don't be your slave or something. So until you approach me like you actually want to talk game with me or even talk to me, I don't want to talk to you.
Yes, I remember that because that was when I went on the journey and Sunshine and Simon and I forgot who else was there.
Deontay.
Okay, Deontay was there too. After I left this, somehow she knew that I went. And she was like, oh, she was basically like, oh, I know what you did. I know where you went. I know who you talked to. But it's okay. I won't tell nobody. I won't tell nobody. Like she was saying it like, if you don't work with me, I'm gonna tell you everybody your secret. And I'm like, bitch, I don't know who the fuck you talking to like that. Cause I ain't gonna kiss nobody ass. You can sit there and tell whoever the fuck you want to tell. Like she was so stupid and annoying.
Sunshine, do you want to elaborate on how Shannon knew about the journey?
I don't think I told her.
You did tell her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, wow, what did I say?
Do you want me to bring up the conversation?
Wait, I want to clarify. Were y'all able to tell us, or was that a lie?
They were not allowed to tell anybody.
Okay.
All Sunshine could say, he couldn't talk about what happened on the journey. He just said that he went on a journey with Ida and it had some kind of game relevance, but they could not talk about what actually happened at the journey. But yeah, Shannon and Sunshine and Josh were all pretty close in the beginning of the game. So I felt like what Shannon was trying to do to you, Ida, was she was trying to put a target on your back and place the blame off of Sunshine and onto you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not stupid. She was done for trying.
I'm actually going to bring back to an earlier topic we were talking about. So earlier we were talking about Hunter talking to Josh about how he felt that morally Josh would not be a good representation for the season. Lauren, you had also expressed that same sentiment. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so this wasn't really talked about on any of the lives, but Josh and Simon got in a pretty nasty fight. I think it was on like a Thursday over the chat. It doesn't really matter who started it. Simon said shit about weight and suicide, and Josh said stuff about addiction and just some like other really nasty things, similar to the vein of I hope you die. I don't know what would have happened with my vote if Simon made it to the end, but from my perspective, Simon realized that what he said affected other people outside of Josh and went out of his way to make that right to anyone who expressed discomfort with that conversation. I actually didn't talk to Simon for like a day after that happened, which Prod can tell you, Simon and I talked like all the time, every day. So I was really affected by that. Suicide and addiction are both really close things for me on a personal level. And so Josh, I feel like a lot of times you brushed it under the rug, blamed Simon. You were like, that was just about Simon. He sucks as a person. And then ignored the fact that those were really personal, disgusting things that affect the 15 other people who were in the game at that point, and including Prod. Like everyone had to read that. And so to me, like that's not a representation of who I think deserves a win. There are like 20 other people who didn't say anything nearly as gross as that. And like I said, Simon didn't make it to final two. I can't say for a fact how that would have gone because he did apologize to me personally, and I feel like made a more concerted effort to apologize to everyone. Whereas I feel like you were so focused on just being like, I didn't start it. And then that's like probably half of the reason I didn't vote for you. And I just don't think you really addressed it or took any sort of ownership.
Can I comment, Dylan?
Please do. Anyone can jump in that wants to.
So it was really hard for me to watch this conversation. And what most people don't know is that while the conversation was going on, I was talking to both Josh and Simon as they were shouting back and forth in their separate boxes. And I know, Ken, that probably hurts your heart because everybody says don't be the counselor. But I think it was getting really ugly. And instead of me putting out their personal business, I wanted to go into their individual inboxes and was like, you guys cut it, right? So Lauren, I clearly hear what you're saying, but I don't necessarily think that Simon was able to depict the bond and the relationship that him and Josh had built. And the words that came out of Simon's mouth was because a personal conversation had come down, and him and Josh were talking about that Josh was in a really bad place with suicide and addiction. So when he shot that shot, it wasn't a game shot. It was a shot that, hey, we're bonding over homosexual life, and Shaman shot me in the knee because this was outside the game. I'm coming to you as a human being and I'm talking to you. And when Simon came out of that, that's why Josh was like, this is out of the ordinary. We weren't even talking game. And that's kind of where it came from. So I think that, again, it goes back to perception. And I'll keep saying this, like, we don't know all of the conversation that people are having. I think the conversation was ugly, period. But because we don't understand those hours that they spent on the phone of Josh crying and being in defeat and actually thinking about suicide and telling Simon, like, pouring out his heart, and Simon was there, you know, wiping his tears, and then them both kind of coming and airing their dirty laundry, that was the bad thing that nobody saw. So we, even as a cast, we don't have a way into that because that was a conversation that they had outside of this gameplay. And that's what happened. And that's why I kind of gave Josh, I was hoping that he was going to give that opportunity. But again, that was a conversation that maybe he just wanted to keep private between him and Simon.
That wasn't, but that conversation that they had in the main chat was not private. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Stop. I'm gonna say my shit. I'm gonna hit this in the bud, and I don't want to be interrupted when I say this. Lady K is 100% correct. In the pregame of this phase, I became as close to suicide as I had ever been in my entire life. And it was due to like issues of like not really feeling accepted, not feeling wanted, feeling very alone. And I might have like hinted at that in the main chat, but there's a personal conversation that me and Simon did have where we were just talking about gay stuff and I opened up to him. So you can say it's not a matter of like who started what. At what point did I ever try to downplay my actions? I have always taken accountability for what I said. I have always said I'm not proud of what I said. I said I'm going to take ramifications for what I said. I never tried to justify what I said. The only thing that I said is when I initially came at him, I came at him on game. When he mentioned that comment about me being jealous that he has friends and that I'm so alone, he took something, a rare moment of vulnerability. I'm very vulnerable with people in my real life. And he took a moment of vulnerability from me and used that in a way that he knew would hurt me. But y'all didn't know about that would hurt me. Just because his weaknesses are a little bit more visible than mine, that doesn't make them any less valid. So the fact is that I feel like I've been getting so much heat for this situation. And Lauren, you can say you don't know how you would do. You know good and well, I could bet every dollar I got, you would have not dared grill Simon at Final 2 speech the way you grilled me. Abso-fucking-lutely not. So you trying to come and act like he's some fucking saint when he took some personal information that I fucking gave him? Fuck you, Lauren, for that. For you trying to villainize me for that shit? No, that's unacceptable. And I've always said, just because I don't go and personally apologize to every fucking body, I took accountability. On the next live, I said, I'm not proud of what I said. What I said was wrong. What I said was disgusting. And I said, I can't take it back because once it's out there, it's out there. All I can do is do better and move forward. And that's what I fucking did.
No, Josh, I'm not.
before we continue, I do feel that we should go through what was said, so that
And
everyone.
Billy, can I please say?
I don't.
I'd rather skip that too. But what I do want to say is, I did speak like after all that. I did speak to both Josh and Simon, and for like the whole apologetic thing, Josh was actually willing to talk to Simon. Simon was not willing to talk to Josh. Josh was willing to talk that shit out. So
Exactly.
I don't know what.
Hold on. I'm gonna even go back to our one-on-one. And when I was paymaster, hold on, Ida. Can I just get this part out? Then I'll let you speak. Literally, I said, look, because I'm not someone who holds grudges. And as I said, this whole time, I do not play this game personal. So when we had our one-on-one, I took a one-on-one. I said, look, we're not going to talk about this in the game. This is probably going to be the last conversation we have one-on-one. But I would like to revisit this conversation after this season is over. And he flat out told me, no, I don't think so.
I've always been. Can y'all stop saying that Simon threw the first shot at saying he should die or whatnot? Because that's not true. Josh first told Simon, because he couldn't take it anymore, that he should go smoke lace crack. That's basically telling him to go kill himself. That's when Simon attacked him back, telling him to kill himself.
I feel like we do need to clarify. I'm not gonna go word for word on everything that happened because I don't want to repeat things that were said in that conversation. So the context was, throughout the day, Josh and Simon had both answered the phone and were able to steal cocoa credits from each other. And those two had a close relationship. They were talking daily, and Simon decided to take credits from Josh. And this was because behind the scenes, Simon had started disliking Josh just based off of things that were happening on the live. I'm not going to pinpoint specific things, but because Simon is not here to defend himself. So when it came down to answering a question from the audience of who is someone in this game that you do not like, I forgot who had answered it first, but then Josh said Ida had answered it first, and I think she had said something about Lauren and her lying ass eyes or something like that.
No, she answered Lady K.
Oh, Lady K, that's right. So Josh said, I want to answer the questions as well, because I want to get cocoa credits. And he went ahead and said, I'm going to say Simon. And then this was said at 7:14. I actually had to go through back all this because I was on the road while this was all happening. First, he's holding a grudge over one coin that I took like weeks ago that he always made even by not giving me coins. Blah, 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 blah. Secondly, he's a big people pleaser. One moment he's in my DMs telling me he loves me, beards and bellies, hates when he can see a guy's ribs. And then he's also going to Hunter and hitting on him when he's so obviously a twink. Like, he's going around telling people what they want to hear fundamentally. So this starts to come into, this is where appearances start to come in. And then Simon responded, LOL, bitch, you have seen my exes, honey, beards and bellies and all. I don't know what those conversations were, but they're talking about which men they would be attracted to. And then this was the moment that things kind of escalated. Simon said at 7:16 p.m., I'm a bartender. Of course, I'm going to flirt with everyone. It's how I get paid. I'd be flirty with all my friends, so whatever. Clearly, a hateful bitch will hate on someone like that. Josh then responded, hateful bitch. Nah, that's not my style. Being a people-pleasing asshole and getting caught just isn't a good look. Simon then responded, you are a hateful bitch. You reek of jealousy just because the attention isn't on you. Some people started sending reaction memes. It's just a lot of back and forth of you are disgusting, stealing my coins, stupid bitch, blah, 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 blah. And then it just kept going and going and going. And then Simon said, and I'm going to put a trigger warning. Sounds good. Maybe I can roll your big, oh wait. Josh said, bitch, he's transferring out here so he can be closer to me. So go push your useless ass down a fucking cliff. Josh said this at 7:23. And then Simon said back to him, sounds good. Maybe I can roll your big ass down too. You built like a fucking Teletubby, bitch. Josh then said, impossible, bitch, if you ever step to me, I'd do significantly worse damage than that car accident. And then Simon responded, ooh, I'm so scared of the Instacart working insecure cunt who lives in LA. And I feel like these were the comments that specifically hit a nerve with the cast, with both of them, production. There were a lot of other things that were said in the chat that I'd rather not restate, because it does get a lot uglier. If anyone does need access to that conversation at any point, just for clarification, not to use against anybody, please let us know and we can give further clarification. But in essence, that was what had spiked the argument. So I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump back in. Lauren, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so I wanted to, Josh, give you your moment. So I did not intend to say that what Simon said didn't affect me or you, or wasn't, you know, wildly out of context when brought into the group chat, or take away from any experiences you have, or minimize that impact it had on you. So I'm sorry if what I said prior came across that way. The point I was trying to get across is that should have never been in the main chat. You're typing it, not talking it, you know, like it just, I shouldn't on a live YouTube have to give personal reasons, similar to how you did, Josh, which you didn't have to do that. The things that were said on both ends were disgusting. You don't even have to give reasons why that affected you. So I'm not going to sit here and give personal reasons why that people said on both sides deeply personally affected me. But like, I mean, production knows. I had like an hour and a half conversation, not about this fight, a different fight, crying to Isaiah, right? Like, this shit is fucked up. It shouldn't have been in the main chat. It could have been kept private. And my point being, it just like didn't need to get public. And the fact that that was something that continued to happen, even after people had said stop, and had gone on for like an hour in the main chat. And then I feel like, I don't blame Simon for not wanting to talk that out. And I wouldn't blame you, Josh, for not wanting to talk that out. If anyone said even an inch of what was said to me, I would be like fucking out of the game, never talk to me ever again, like not in a good spot. So just like on a personal level, like I just want everyone to know like that affects more than just Simon and Josh. And that is why I didn't vote for Josh. And Josh, you can think whatever you want about if I would vote for Simon or not. But that's all I wanted to get across before, is that you have your own personal ties to things that were said. I have my own personal ties to things that were said. We're a cast of 24 productions here, listening and watching everything. It affects more than just you and Simon.
Ida, you had your hand raised before we go to Josh.
It's fine. I'm good.
Okay. So Josh, I know that in the heat of the moment, because I have my moments as well where I can lose my temper and where I can say things that I may not necessarily mean in the moment. Now hearing back some of the things that were said and how the conversation went, do you have a different perception of how that conversation went, and how are you feeling from what Lauren had just said?
Look, I guess she's entitled to her own feelings, her own traumas, her own experiences. So I can see how things that were said would trigger her. I don't have any different perspectives on this situation. Like I said, I've taken accountability for my actions. I've owned the fact that I said some fucked up shit. I was told some fucked up shit. So what the fuck else is there to do?
Also, Keisha, Tyler, Isaiah, Chantel, like, don't feel like you guys have to stay silent. Like, if you guys have an opinion, this is a reunion for all of us. You know, this was a cast of 24 people, but this was really a cast of 30 people. We had 24 players, 6 people on production. Everything that happened in this game affected all of us. So no one be afraid of anything. Does anyone have anything they want to say? It can be player, it can be prod. Does anyone else have anything that you want to add to this topic?
I just want to say I don't feel here nor there towards either one of you. I only personally feel like the things that were said were reprehensible on both sides, and certain people handle things differently. Like, I understand that, Josh, you're like, okay, let's talk it out and we're good. Some people can't do that. Like me personally, things like that, I just shut down and I ghost people, because I personally can't deal with having to rehash that. So everybody handles things differently. That doesn't make one better than the other or one bad than the other one. It doesn't. It's just everyone has feelings individually and everyone handles things differently. And we just all need to be cognizant of that.
Dylan, any other part want to say something before I say anything?
Go ahead.
Okay. I could just honestly say for the whole entire fight, it was not good on either end, and I didn't like what was said at all from both ends. I'm glad that both of y'all, Simon and Josh, admitted their wrongs and said they were sorry. I just wish it didn't happen. It was terrible on both ends, but I'm happy that they both said they, admitted they were both wrong and took fault in it, and hopefully we can really truly move on from this, because it's upsetting. Like, I'm trying to hold back tears, because I hate it for the both of them.
And I will say, y'all are lucky I was working and I wasn't available, because I would have snapped on the both of you right then and there. I don't think it would have went that far, because I would have checked you both, but I was busy at work.
Just want to say the whole thing was fucking disgusting. This is just a game. It's never that serious, like, at all, to be telling anybody any type of death threats or personal thing. Like, it's just an online game. You guys are not playing for $1 million. Seriously. I hope that something like that never happens again on another I Love Money season, because I can't be bothered. And also, like, yeah, Josh was in the wrong, Simon was in the wrong, and also I will stand up for Josh and say that, Lauren, when you made the speech about him degrading him, he still had a right to be in that final seat, and I don't think that that was okay.
I second that.
I didn't mean to take away from his final 2 spot. I couldn't vote for him to win. So I'm sorry if I alluded to that. Josh, you earned your spot there.
You know what? Opinions are like assholes. We all are going to have them, and I always say, be careful what you say and be careful what you do, because everything you do in life is like a boomerang. When you throw it, it's eventually going to come back. So to any future I Love Money players, just always be cognizant of the things you say and the things you do, because they have an effect on everybody. Everybody. We got 24 minds in here, and there's going to be 24 different realities of the truth. Does anyone else have anything they want to add to this conversation before we end it? Tia, where is Stassi? Because like the segments I have planned are all about her.
I know, my queen. Hold on, I'm trying to call her again.
Okay, well, while we're dealing with that, we need to move on to an underrated rivalry this season. My favorite rivalry of the season, Ken and Caleb. I don't think I still truly grasp why you two had such a disdain for each other. Because I just gotta be real when I say this. Caleb, you were totally and completely like a non-entity in the game. And that's not shade in the slightest. There are people like, listen, Taisha won the whole thing, and there were moments in the game where Taisha was irrelevant to what was going on. That doesn't make you a bad player. You don't always have to be in it, but you were not on anyone's radar. And just out of nowhere, you start coming for Ken, being like, Kenny boy, I'm gonna get you. You're done, buddy. Why did you have such a disdain for Ken?
Because he wanted to make the show great again, remember?
Can you shut up, please, and let me talk?
Just saying, I'm just reminding you that.
Well, thanks.
I'm
And before
alluding
we
to.
start-
Oh, did he say that to you?
Yeah, he did. Watch it. He says, yeah, I want to make the show great again, and giving all of his past to who he had beef with. That was a little weird.
Wait, when did he say that to you?
I think it was like the day he called me and Ken.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I think you did.
I did not say
No.
make the show great again. I did not say that.
I think you said something like that, but it was like a joke, but it just didn't land. And then Dylan, the host, was like, "You shouldn't joke like that. Like you like said not to say that. Like you were there, babe."
You're right. I do remember you saying that. Now that you mention that, I do remember that happening.
But anyways, can I finish, please, on what I was going to say before we have interrupting?
Go ahead, Caleb.
I will get to interruptions after after I answer your question. Yeah, anyways, yeah, I'm pretty embarrassed about everything that's happened. I was blindsided by the vote, and my worst nightmare came true. And I'll tell you this, it got me in the ass. I'll tell you that. But yeah, I thought I was a target because I knew at some point I was going to be a target eventually. And after I voted for Ken, that's when the target got on me, and it never stopped.
Well, let's take a look back.
Done first.
I really
Can you shut up and let Dylan talk?
Sir, you made yourself a target. Literally.
Yeah, relax, Caleb. Relax, Caleb.
Came out bossy me, Ken. Oh my God, that's like weird.
Well, let's quickly take a look back at that infamous moment where Caleb was nominated for elimination. I entitled it, What? What?
Gene Heather weren't getting along. I know there was some insulting towards me, and for that reason, I think it's obvious who they know who I'm voting for. I'm gonna have to put my vote on for Ken.
And I like to put my vote on you.
That's fine.
I'm gonna also vote for Caleb.
I'm
Sorry.
Caleb,
I'm
sorry.
gonna vote for Caleb as well because I'm starting to really enjoy Ken.
Thank
What?
you, Dylan.
Thank
Sorry.
Are you
Sorry.
kidding me? Hunter, Dylan, these Ken, Gene Heather weren't getting along.
Okay, so Caleb, first thing I need to ask you, what were you going to say when you said these? Because there's been a lot of conversation about that particular moment. So I need to ask you that question. What were you going to say when you said, Hunter, Dylan, these?
Well, meant these. I meant it wasn't just Ken. It was him and Tia when they had the conversation with Stassi. Now, don't interrupt. Do not interrupt, please.
No one's interrupting. Keep going.
Yeah, I don't want them to talk until you ask them a question. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, I know Ken said some things in the call about wanting to take out Dylan and Hunter and Da Vinci. And to be honest, I wasn't going to tell Dylan or Hunter that until after Ken was like on the block and stuff. But after finding out I was up there, I obviously had no point on doing it. And honestly, I'm still embarrassed by that. I made a very dumb move. Like, I don't think I've ever been embarrassed like that before in my life. And I don't think I'm ever going to forget that.
Well, just to give some light on what happened, I have to give props to Dylan for that entire pregame. Him, Simon, and Lauren were unstoppable. And they were able to get you guys to flip on the newbies. they got Brandon and you and Ame to all turn your backs on Lady K and Stassi, seemingly unprovoked, because the only person it benefited was those three. And then immediately after that happened, they were like, all right, now we can get rid of Caleb and Brandon. Like immediately afterwards. You guys had some Hail Mary chat. Like honestly, it was giving me Callum Lucas vibes when they used him for a vote for one round and then just like dumped them. And I have to give them credit because they were then able to reel in Ken. They were able to reel in Ken, who they had just blindsided, to get you in the bottom. And it was incredible. It was incredible. And
I know, I didn't see that coming.
and
That was
they were able to make you and Brandon feel like you guys were making this big move and you guys were the ones making this decision. So you felt comfortable enough to basically do what they were telling you to do. Dylan, Lauren, do you guys have any more insight onto Caleb's misstep?
Here we go.
I'll just say I don't really like. This was the thing with Caleb. Like we had that group that was made when we put Stassi and Lady K in the bottom, but me and Caleb never really had like an individual one-on-one thing to where like we never really built trust other than that. So like I had no reason to really work with him. And honestly, I felt like where I had to go was with Lauren and Simon because I just felt like they had my back. And after I just had lost Jennifer, and that was the only way to get the team to like flip. So I was on board to do whatever. Like I was fucking dying laughing when he was like, what? Like, dude, I don't even talk to you. Like, why are you so mad?
Can I just say the team phase was my favorite part of the game. Like me, Simon, and Dylan in our Rats Alliance was fucking hysterical. Every vote was super fun to coordinate. I didn't want Caleb to go. Honestly, I was pushing Dylan and Simon to get rid of Ken for like the entire time. And and what happened was, Caleb, you really did it to your fucking self. Like that would have never been, it would have never been a thing. Ken probably would have been the next target. And honestly, when we had Brandon in the bottom in Circle Night, Brandon almost went home, but you fell asleep and all of the vets started saying Caleb, and we were like, well, let's not piss Ken off. So it's because you fell asleep and you pissed Ken off, but Ken probably would have gone before you.
I can confirm that Caleb, had you been awake to campaign or had we not had a segment to campaign, Brandon would have went home that night. There were people that already had voted for him that changed their vote. Like you probably would have still been there.
Well, here's why. It's because I sometimes my working schedule, going in 12 hours early or staying over 12 hours, that kind of affects me, and that's what ruins some of this kind of.
Now, Ken, I know you're dying to speak your piece, but before you do, I want to take a look at one of my favorite one-on-ones of all time. So this was you and Caleb's conversation the round after Lady K and Stassi were put in the bottom.
We had lost connection.
Actually mad at you, but here's
what
they weren't fighting.
I'm listening.
I'm listen, just listen here, okay? I'm not actually mad at you, but here's what's happening. I mean, our alliance wouldn't have gotten knowed by Dylan because he found out on that call that you said that you were talking about him most of it, and that's how Dylan found out we were sticking together and stuff, because you had to mention his name and stuff.
Caleb, what I'm not understanding is you are putting the blame on me for the shit when I'm not even the first one that called out Dylan in the first place. I didn't come up with that idea of putting Dylan as the paymaster. Somebody said the man's name is paymaster. I was like, hey, yeah, let's do it. Because I was
well, somehow Stassi is like still like being a bitch about it all the time, and honestly,
and we get that. The thing is, what we mad at is y'all want to ride with that decision. I get y'all can have y'all reasoning for making that decision.
So y'all were pretty upset about Dylan being elected team captain. I'm assuming it's because Caleb was mad the alliance got exposed or whatever. Or But then the ending was really the cherry on top.
Yeah, right. We call you back in a minute.
All right.
Oh wait, when did you fade out?
Right.
Oh, here, I think it's here.
Because I had no service data out where I was at around that time.
I don't know where it is, but there was a moment where Ken is just screaming at Caleb, and he's like, "And what is that, Caleb?" And then Caleb's just there like, it was the funniest shit. Isaiah made a clip of it, but I don't know if he still has it. So Ken, how did you feel about your relationship with Caleb?
And I feel like it could have all been avoided because we're at the point of the game where they got out, they blindsided. No, before that, where we was deciding on to put Dylan and Hunter up as Painmaster, which I felt like was painless. Like it didn't do anything to anybody. And he just started coming at me talking about some, you exposed this and that. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What have I exposed? And come to find out, he talking about him and Dylan, them alliance. I'm like, how the fuck am I going to expose that if I didn't know about it? So that's what we getting arguing about. And I'm so confused on why he pissed off at me. And the tone he was talking at, bro, it just reminded me of a little white person that was getting bullied by black people in high school. And they just so fucking angry at black people. I don't know why I was getting that energy the way he was talking to me, but he wasn't gonna fucking talk to me like that. He was not gonna talk to me like that. I don't know what the fuck Caleb was on. That man was on some fucking dope or something.
Do you have a retort, Caleb?
Sorry?
Do you have a retort?
Well, honestly, I know there were mistakes I've made in the game. Honestly, I know that some people might not like me or respect me, but my goal coming in here was like laying low a little bit under the radar before I even start playing the game, and then I tried to do it on the day that I was first nominated. But yeah, I understand on what Ken's like trying to say and stuff. I mean, I honestly thought he did expose something, but turns out I was wrong because he did do a lot of talking in most of the group calls we were in.
Well, I want to hear, does anyone else have any thoughts on the Ken and Caleb rivalry?
But why did he call my name out with Ken? I didn't do anything.
Because you were close with him and Stassi, that's why.
What does that have to do with anything? I didn't out anything. I wasn't even knowing about what you were doing over there.
Listen, Tia, I understand that you didn't out anything because you didn't say anything. I understand that, but you were kind of part of it though.
But you included me.
Yeah, I did include you because that was a reason. You were part of it.
I wasn't part of what?
What?
Dylan? I've never worked with Dylan before.
Oh, me? We never really talked.
And let's clarify this. Let's clarify this. At the beginning of the game, it was all newbie strong. Stassi was leading the fucking way for newbies, team newbies. She was the most vocal person on the team until y'all did that fake shit and turned the game around and all that. I don't blame y'all for that. I mean, that was a fucking move. I was irritated about it because why wasn't I in it? Cool, whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is y'all trying to make it look like somebody's exposing something. What the fuck were we exposing? That's y'all business. That wasn't our business. We were just on y'all ass about y'all making a move, blindsiding us, and it just felt like y'all put too much personal shit in it. Like I wasn't getting it. I was so fucking confused. Lauren, Simon, all the motherfucking I was so fucking confused on what y'all was doing. And when Lauren came to me and explained it to me, I was like, oh, got you. Because it felt like y'all were just being some sensitive ass motherfuckers, especially you, Caleb. 'Cause I don't know why.
I agree. I have to agree. Like it didn't make clear or sense to me until maybe last episode when Lauren finally just said, listen, I wasn't newbie strong. I was just going with who I was vibing with. But initially, coming off the back of her saying my tone or Staffy tone was upsetting, I was like, come on, yo, we playing a game. If my tone is upsetting you, like, we can't play games like this. Like, we come in here, we play characters, we depict actions, and we do what we have to do to win the game. It's not about what my tone is or what my passion level is. I'm just trying to win and have some fun. So I respect much more now where she, on finale night, she just said, listen, I was just trying to vibe with who I was vibing with, where initially the speech was, y'all tone was off and y'all was coming at Dylan and Simon the wrong way. I don't know which is true or not, but I'm going to rock with the later because that's what she said the last bit of the season last time. Because initially I was me and Ken never really talked, but I was kind of with Ken like, are y'all being this sensitive and we playing an online reality game? Like, come on, like, we just playing a game.
Like, y'all really looked like some pussies. I'm just gonna be honest. Y'all looked like some fucking pussies.
I have some comments. The first, Lady K, when I mentioned like I felt like I was being talked at, that wasn't so much tone. And you and I never got to have our individual clarifying conversation about that after that live. I didn't mean I felt you were talking at me because of tone. And after the conversation we had on that live, I apologize that it came across that way. And I'm totally like taking in how that comes across when I use that vocabulary. What I more meant was you and I were supposed to be a pair, a duo, right? And I was saying, if you're taking Heather off the table as a nom, I'm taking Hunter off the table as a nom. And that was not a collaborative conversation. That was you telling me what was going to happen. And then in terms of everything getting Stassi in the bottom, to be quite honest, Dylan, Simon, and I used the Stassi Ida fight to pull in the other newbies to get them to turn on Stassi and Lady K. Like that was, was I sleep deprived, not eating, and tried to prod for like 2 hours that day and was exhausted by that fight? Absolutely. However, that is not why I voted her in. I voted her in purely to save Dylan's ass. And I used that fight as leverage to get Caleb, Ame, Brandon on our side to vote her in. And
that is true. Josh basically laid out to Dylan that which Dylan, like, I still cannot believe how you, and this is absolutely no shade, I cannot believe how you were able to be like fake to these people and get them to like still work with you, because you had straight up tried getting Josh out not even 2 rounds before that, and then you come into his combo after not talking to him for like so many days and you're like, hey, what's up? And then you're able to convince him to not take you out over someone that just saved him. But during that convo, Josh basically said, the only way you're staying is if Lady K is in the bottom.
Yeah, can I comment on that like really quick, that whole situation?
Please,
like,
yeah.
That having like that conversation with Josh was such like a highlight in my eyes for like just for me in the game, because there was a plan going into that challenge that me, Brandon, and Taisha, we're gonna vote Stassi out first for the plan to be initiated, because Stassi would automatically go in the bottom if Taisha won the challenge. So we had plotted that for the weakest link game, but then Stassi didn't show up. So I didn't know what was happening. And so then Da Vinci came in and we all had agreed that we were gonna vote Da Vinci, but then Brandon threw his vote in the first round, so like it fucked everything up and it put me in the bottom. And then I had to talk to Josh and I didn't know what the fuck to say because I'm like, fuck, I'm so screwed right now. So, I mean, while we were talking, like, I thought I was fucked, to be honest with you. Like, you can read my convos with like Laura. I'm like, it was fun. Like,
you did.
It was fun.
I think my favorite part about this whole season has been the way that Brandon, no shade Brandon, simped for you, killed me. He was the ultimate simp, the ultimate. He was telling Heather, stand down, like he was your bodyguard.
What?
Yeah, like, because she was talking shit about you while you were not there and how she didn't like you and blah, blah, blah. He's like, Heather, step the fuck off. I was like, oh my God. He did the same thing for Da Vinci. He was telling people how you guys were like best friends and you guys needed to mend your relationship from some previous game. And like, he said he would never vote you out no matter what. And you're in this conversation being like, fucking Brandon ruined everything. We need to vote his ass the fuck out right now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean,
wild.
To be honest, like, I'm kind of shocked that you're like, apparently Brandon really had my back, because, you know, like, I didn't really talk to him much during the game other than like when we plotted this weakest link thing and we're like, we're gonna flip the team, it's gonna be crazy, like it's gonna be fun, like, and then like he ruined the plan and I'm like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that was crazy. Da Vinci was supposed to go in the bottom and then it was you. I thought that was,
It was
like
Caleb. It was supposed to
fucked
be
it up too.
Caleb, and then Brandon voted Da Vinci because Da Vinci didn't know the only president to get impeached twice. And Brandon was like, how the fuck did you not know that? And I think he just forgot the plan. I don't know.
I think my favorite moment from the entire season, I would find it, but I'd need to go through all the clips, was when Heather came into the room the first night and Brandon says to her, hey, Heather, long time no see. And she's like, I'm sorry, I don't recall you. I'm sorry. That shit was so funny. I know people do not like Heather.
Remember that. That was freaking hilarious. I remember that crap.
That was funny as fuck.
He was so excited. Like, yes, you're gonna, you know. And she was like, I don't know you.
But I want to go back to what Lady K and Ken were talking about tone and all that stuff. There was a conversation that we had as a house that was not privy to the rest of the contestants, the rest of the viewers. So I do want to share what Lady K had said after Stassi's elimination. I'm not going to show everything because we did have a conversation for a long time. I'm just going to show the opening.
See my reasoning of why I would not want that.
Yeah. I was just asking, was it personal?
Can I say something? I've been trying. I don't want to say it because I'm not this person, and I have never had this issue, right? But I feel like I gotta bring out some education. I'm an African American woman, and I was raised privileged. I was. My expression is different from other African American women because they may not have had that opportunity to be raised the same way that I was. But it does not take away from the passion, the aggression, the determination, everything that we carry on our back. And I need y'all to understand when we talk, it's passion, it's love, it's what we have gone through that has given us the right to be able to say these things and do these things. Now, I don't necessarily say I agree with the way that Stassi says some things, but y'all gotta understand that everything is not given or afforded the way that you think it is. It's just not. I have worked, I'm 38. I sit in a Department of Energy and make $200,000 a year. And every day I gotta walk by a white man looking down on me. That's real life. Mm-hmm. And every day I had locks for 20 years. Y'all wanna see something real? I had to cut my locks. Why? Because I looked different. I wasn't fitting the piece. So now I gotta put on a damn wig to look like they want me to look, to walk like they want me to look, even though I got a PhD, even though I got 2 masters, even though I got 2 PhDs, even though. So that's what y'all need to understand. When we talk, it's for a reason. When we talk, it's for a purpose. I got 3 girls that I'm bringing up. 3. So Lady K is not an image. Lady K is what I'm trying to get people to understand. Y'all gotta understand this, man, for real.
So that conversation went on a little longer. We talked about other things. So Lady K, I wanted to bring this to you. So why did you feel, what made you feel to say this, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm actually saying you're right, but I just wanted to get you to explain yourself to everyone that may not understand. And by the way, the context of that clip was everyone was talking about Stassi's behavior and what she had said, and her fight with Ida.
Yeah, I think it was raw emotion, to be completely honest, because I have been raised not to use my color or that as a handicap, right? I have been used not to do that. I have been used not to say that because I'm Black, I should be afforded this, or because I wasn't privileged, I should be afforded that. So in that moment, I think it was so raw with me. Like I had just came in from working and I had done an awesome presentation, and the guy came up to me and was like, "Oh, what family sponsored you?" And I'm like, "What the hell? What family sponsored me?" And I think it was my real life mashing with the game and kind of understanding what Stassi was saying. And like, listen, like you can't package individuals in a book that you think you know the cover to. You just simply can't, because we all have different stories. We all have different makeups, and you have to respect that. You don't have to agree with it. I'm the first one to say that, but I do think that you have to respect where people come from and just be able to meet people where they are. I don't know, like, I want to say I apologize because that's not me. Like, I don't like to, I don't know what to say. I don't know. I'm still emotional watching it back. So.
You have absolutely nothing to apologize for. I was very proud of you.
Caleb, you want to speak? Everyone could speak, by the way. You don't need to raise your hand. Like, this is an open forum. So if anyone has anything to say, like, go ahead and say it.
I know. I just don't want to interrupt Lady K or anyone else. In fact, I get tired of interrupting, and that's what I want to talk about, actually. So during my argument with a few people, there were lots of interruptions. I mean, Ken was interrupting, Dylan was interrupting. Usually when people are trying to talk, you do not interrupt. And also, I want to go through what my life has been, like Lady K's story, for example. So I'm 20 years old, and even though I'm not the only youngest cast member here, trust me, I was treated different, not just in other orgs, but in real life. It's like whenever I have something to say, older adults don't like to listen to me because they think I'm wrong, when really they could tell the truth and stuff. Like, I was raised to be
Caleb, I just want to stop you right there, and I'm not trying to throw shade at you at all.
Yeah, but you're wilding, bro. You're comparing race to ageism.
You're talking about one thing. Lady K is talking about a completely different thing.
I understand that, but I want to just address some things here, because there were some inappropriate things said about me that I want to address, though. In fact, Dylan, I told you and other production members about, it was on a one-on-one diary room thing where, even though I got a strike for it, which I was not trying to say that, I was saying that somebody else said that to me. It was about me. Someone said it to me. And they should have gotten a strike for it.
Sorry, I had a cough.
I would stop there, Caleb. I wouldn't repeat what was said.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't gonna say it. I'm telling you what I said.
When all of that was going down, I was confused. Okay, I asked Lady K, why the hell she bringing that up, and she didn't give me a clear answer. Now, with the Stassi situation, Stassi, she was acting like a bully. She was calling people out their names. She was calling them out their names. Like, it's not her tone, it's how she was like calling people out their names, like just being a bully. So I was confused about that.
I thought I answered you clearly, and then the whole,
because I was like, why was this brought up?
Okay, so I can answer you clearly again, because I did, and I believe Ken did. You're doing exactly what you did the other night, and this time I won't let it happen.
Because I was letting you speak.
You see how you just said what Stassi was doing, and you're doing it again.
Well, let me tell you why.
This is why Black women don't go where we're supposed to go, because of your mouth.
I don't care about your life.
Because
I
of your
know
mouth.
why you talking about Stassi. Your life had nothing to do with Stassi. You never answered my
It
fucking
wasn't about Stassi. It was about the way they compromised. They
asked
put
why
us in a
this
box
conversation
together.
was brought up about Stassi, and you never answered it. You start talking about yourself. I was trying to ask about Stassi.
When Lady K was talking about that, she wasn't talking about Stassi.
Ken, I was talking to
Thank
Lady
you.
K.
Thank you.
The conversation wasn't about
this is the problem with Ida. Ida talks
Because
so
y'all
much.
y'all was sitting here talking about her tone. It's not her tone. It's her over here calling people
It
out.
wasn't about Stassi, Ida.
It wasn't
about Stassi. It wasn't.
Then how y'all go from Stassi tone to
It
start
wasn't
talking
about
all this
Stassi,
other-
Ida.
because you were not privy to the conversation. So the conversation that Lauren just said that she had, initially they pitched us together because of tone and because of being talked down to. So you missed that because you were over talking like you have done all season.
I just
and had you
said
shut up
tone.
for
So
a
what the
second,
fuck you mean
would
I
have
wasn't
realized
talking?
that.
Are you dumb?
But you don't. You don't.
Are you dumb?
You stay
Take
off the
your
camera.
fucking
You have a
funeral
big
ass
mouth,
outfit,
and you
bitch,
feel
before
like you can
talking to
say
me.
everything that you
Take
need to
off
say.
your
What
funeral
you
ass
need to do
outfit.
is get
Nothing
more
is
educated
going to
and
get
more
said
learned,
if y'all
and
keep
then
on
maybe
talking
you
I
can
don't
over
know
talk.
who
each
the fuck you
other.
think you talking to.
Then maybe then.
I don't know who you think you fucking talking to. Take off your funeral ass
Nothing
outfit.
is going to get said if y'all keep on
This was
talking
about
over
me
each other.
talking.
One
I had a
person
simple
talks
fucking
and then the
ask
other person
question,
talks.
and then a bitch keeps fucking talking over me like a
okay,
dumbass.
Ida,
Like
Ida,
what? Who
Ida,
fucking raised
Ida,
you?
Let
Who
Ida
raised you?
talk.
Ida.
Who
She
raised
hasn't been
you?
able to get
Ida.
her thoughts out. She's
Hello,
saying
Ida.
You dumbass
anything.
bitch.
Hello, Ida. Ida, can you hear me?
Lay down. Let me fucking
Hello.
speak.
Ida.
Ain't no Ida. Don't fucking say my name. Honestly, like y'all not letting me speak. I'm a fucking
This is
speak.
crazy. This is
The fuck?
crazy.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
That's what you're
Ida,
not
calm
gonna
it
fucking
down.
do.
So, Ida,
Just
you
calm it
asked
That's
down.
what
her
y'all stop fucking saying my name. Shut
You
the
need to
fuck
calm it
up.
down. That's what you need to do.
Now.
Calm it
asked
down
her a
now.
I'm not talking
Yes,
to
ma'am.
y'all.
and she
Yes,
Shut
ma'am.
up.
answer.
Now.
Okay. And before anybody speak on Stassi's name, she's gonna be here in 15 T minus minutes. So can we hold on, Dylan? She did tell production.
Ida was very calmly saying her thoughts until people started talking over her, and then she had to talk over them. Like, why is she being
Hey,
told to be
Jennifer,
quiet?
Jennifer, Lady K was trying to answer her, but Ida was not letting her. So
She didn't even let me finish my sentence. I wasn't even done. So what was she
But
answering?
Lady K already had said something. Ida was responding, and then Lady K can respond back.
Well, I didn't want to
Like,
start talking.
I
so
wasn't
you can
even
respond.
fucking done.
I can't hear because people are talking over each other.
Guys, just shut up. Just shut up, please.
Why are you guys acting brand new? Like you haven't been talking over each other the entire season.
Thank
This
you.
is
I
just not
understand
new.
what you're
Thank
saying,
you.
but the
Thank you.
conversation that you're hearing now, or the expression of what's going on now, is what I've done the whole time. She'll ask me a question, and I'll try to come back, and she won't give me the opportunity. So, and
Bitch,
then
I
it
was
goes
in the
into.
middle of talking. Are you dumb? You interrupted me while I was trying to fucking talk. Let me fucking talk. Let me finish, and then you can talk. If you're talking over me, I'm not gonna let you get a fucking word in. And I promise you, I will not let you get a fucking word in if you don't let me finish.
What a disgrace.
Do not fucking. You are fucking disgrace. Don't fucking play
Finish
with
your
me.
statement right now. Finish your statement right now.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid ass people, yo.
So you gonna finish your statement?
I'm sorry.
I mean, after this whole mess.
Caleb. No, Caleb.
Caleb, I'm really trying to help you here. Stand down. Just wait, okay?
Look how they not letting you speak, Caleb. Just ignore it.
Listen, it's not about not letting him speak. I don't want him to put his foot in his mouth and speak over a conversation he doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's not shade to Caleb. And I've been trying to tell people a lot this season, you know, after hosting the season 10, I've been hosting this show for 10 seasons, right? And I've seen so many people talk about things they don't know what they're talking about and speak about business that they know what they're talking about. Shannon's a good example. And I'm trying to help Caleb right now because Caleb's talking about something he doesn't understand. And he's mixing two different topics that don't go hand in hand. Okay, I'm trying to help him. I'm not trying to silence him. I'm trying to not let him put his foot in his mouth. Okay.
Well, Ida, here's your moment. No one's talking. Say what you need to say.
I got what I had to say. Please stop saying my name, yo. I'm already irritated.
Ida, honey.
I get where you.
Okay, okay.
Go ahead.
I get where you was coming from, Ida.
Go ahead.
Because Dylan asked me how I felt about what Lady K said before, and I was like, I feel like it was unnecessary for us to be explaining ourselves to everybody, to tell our stories. And Dylan asked why, and I was like, I just felt like whatever she was saying. Well, I'm not. This is what I was saying at the time, Lady K. I'm not saying that now, but at the time, I just felt like you had no reason to have to tell them shit they should already know. And the point of what Lady K was trying to say, Ida, is that we didn't want Lauren and Caleb and Dylan and whoever else to feel like we were attacking them by the way our tone was. I get Lady K went on and spoke deeper than the conversation, but the context wasn't about Stassi. We knew Stassi was a talker. We knew, you know, she was out of line in some places. But what we were trying to say is, we got our heart. Even though our heart is saying something, our mouth is saying something else. You get what I'm saying? Like I get what you're saying, Ida. But it wasn't about race. We were just trying to get them to understand how we talk.
Da Vinci, Tia, you guys were also there for that conversation. Da Vinci, you actually had a really emotional response after that night. And you had talked to us about a story in your production chat. How did you feel when this whole situation was going on? Because you had no idea about any of this, because you were left out of all sides of the vote.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Ken. The whole situation shouldn't have been dragged all that long, just because, like I said, like I feel Lady K was totally valid in saying what she said. I understand where it came from. I think that after what she said, though, that's where like my emotional response did come from, because I was like listening, you know what I mean? And I think that a lot of the time throughout this game, like there's so much bullshit happening that like you forget that like you can like sympathize, empathize, whatever, with everybody here realistically. And that being said, a lot of people here share similar stories and shit. And I think that that's why I gave the response I did in my production chat. I don't know if I strayed away from the question, but yeah.
You answered perfectly. Tia, you had a really emotional response to Stassi's elimination and to the whole conversation. How were you feeling in that moment when Lady K was speaking and with the convo as a whole?
Well, if you want me to be honest, it all drowned out to me because I was so fucking broken. Like, I guess we were just like riding off, me and Stas were just riding off that high, you know, just like having fun together. And it just, everything right, like a blur until like at the end when LJ showed up. Like, it was like, I was dissociating the whole time, basically. So, like, you know, that's pretty much it. I don't remember any of it. I think that they were talking about being tone police, which is, oh, I don't know. I never thought a lot of people were yelling at me, so I can't like say that that they had a bad tone or anything. I never thought they were yelling at me.
Well, I don't know if you remember, Tia, but initially when that convo was going on, you actually were against Lady K. You felt like she was kind of using it as a strategy to her advantage. But after that day, you had time to think to yourself, and you actually completely took a 180. And after that, you decided you didn't want to win anymore. You wanted Lady K to win because you felt like she had a story that was worthy of being the representation of the series, and you didn't like how she was treated. I felt as though you were kind of taking that guilt from seeing Stassi go home, and you were thinking in your head, okay, if I can get Lady K this win that I think she deserves, it can make up for Stassi going home. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, Stassi's gonna be honest, but I guess like because like Stassi showed me like pictures of her like pre-transition and stuff like that. We had like really deep conversations. And I got really close to her and she's like, I can't believe people are thinking I'm trying to make them call me the T word. Like that breaks my heart and like all that. And I knew she was like about to cry, you know, it was coming from like a deep place. And people were saying that she was trying to make them do that and she wasn't. And even from like night one, I saw her trying to talk to people and nobody would talk to her. And I was like, dude, I just want to find somebody I can have fun with and find a ride or die with. And then whenever all of that stuff happened, it happened to Lady K, I'm like, man, whatever. I was just, you know, disassociating, didn't fucking care. I rewatched it and then I was just like, holy shit. Like, they really think this lady is really fucking yelling at people. And I just never like it never registered to me as yelling at me. And that really like that part is probably like one of the only parts that bothered me. So I guess I like the guilt I didn't speak up more because there, like you said, that like you've seen, there's a lot of strong personalities on here, but I don't think anyone was gonna. But like the guilt of not being able to do everything I could to save Saucy, which I hear is like everybody had a hand in. I transferred that onto Lady K. So whenever she knew the whole time, of course, she's brilliant. She was really that to her chest. She, even if like I couldn't save her or anything, I just kept wanting to give her a hand if I could. You know what I mean? Like it was something that I felt like I could
I get
do.
what you're saying, Tia. Did anyone else from the opposite side, like the people that were not the ones initiating this conversation, does anyone else have anything they want to throw in about the whole Stassi, Lady K tone situation? Like maybe what you took away from what everyone was saying, like
Can I say one more thing?
Please.
The reason I was stuttering a lot is just because it was hard for me to remember most of the things that were said.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that conversation was, everybody here knows that I wasn't like the most fond of Stassi, but like every which way though, I think that conversation was really important for somebody in her predicament. She isn't only a Black woman, but she's a transgender woman at that.
He was going
I think that like I said before. What?
Keep going, Da Vinci.
What did you say?
Yeah, keep going.
So I think that
no, I meant like a lot of people mistook stop aggression because she was going through hormonal treatment at the time. So like I didn't want them to know that, but that's like what really, really annoyed me and pissed me off. Because I know she did mention it to everybody once. And that's what was really annoying me about like how they thought she was so mean. I was like, no, she's not. It spikes, it goes low, it goes high. I don't know if you guys know about, you know, because she's transitioning and she transitioned, but I'm just saying that like if you thought she was coming at you wrong or incorrectly, that's because she was going through that.
I want to ask a question that may be a little politically incorrect, but I want to ask this to kind of make a point. How many of you, was this your first time meeting a transgender person? Like having a real interaction with a trans person? Okay, I see Caleb's hand raised. Well, I wanted to make a point that for a lot of people, like these orgs are like their first time meeting a transgender person. And even in these orgs in general, I don't see a lot of trans people like in games. So what a trans person goes through, it's going to be hard to understand, like especially male to female, because there's so much going on hormonally, there's so much going on socially that we're not all going to be privy to. So that's why like that night when we were all talking about not only tone, but like the transgender experience in general, like it was really, you know, getting to me. But I just wanted to like,
You knew about her hormone treatment? Wasn't I asked her if it was okay? She's still on her way, but I said, "Is it okay?" Like, and she's like, "Yeah," but at that time, I just didn't think that that was their information to have.
There's things that like are spoken about us behind the scenes that aren't necessarily spoken out in general, you know. This isn't my first time hosting a transgender contestant either. So like, I don't know. I think it's just very important that there is more trans representation, not only in media, but in these orgs, because there's so many fantastic trans players out there that are just looking for a chance to play in these games. And I think it might be a little hard for people that have never met a trans person before to know what they're going through. So I hope that you guys getting to know Stassi a little bit, for someone like Caleb, maybe this whole experience will be like a positive, if you know what I'm saying. I'm trying my best to word it. As speaking someone that is wired off of caffeine from studying all day. But yeah, does anyone else have anything that they want to bring into the topic?
Hopefully this will just wrap it up. To me, this wasn't at that moment, it wasn't about race, because I see some stuff in the comments. That wasn't the motive. The motive was about respecting people as who people are and understanding that everybody has a different makeup as an individual. And when we come into these orgs, I believe, it's just my belief, that you have to respect those people. That's what makes these orgs great, right? Like, I mean, we have students, we have successful entrepreneurs, we have moms, we have dads, we have college students, high school students. That's what makes these things the way they are. And it wasn't about race. It wasn't a black and white thing. It was about, at that moment for me, tone, and saying like, I have a backstory, and I'm sorry if my tone is offensive because I didn't understand your tone. You know, like African men, they hug, but in Caucasian world, it's like, oh, you can't hug an African man because that's gay, right? So it's about the culture of what orgs are, and that's what I was trying to bring to light. So I hope that clears up any kind of confusion, but that's really where I was trying to go with everything.
Dylan?
Yeah.
Caleb, stop raising your hand. Just speak, bro.
I think that was a perfect way to wrap it up, Lady K. And listen, that's why I love this game so much, because we have so many different backgrounds of people coming in, and we all get to share our experiences. And like, I think that it's amazing that we have this opportunity that orgs have brought to us to get to know so many different types of people, and people that we may not get to know in our day-to-day life. So I think that you expressed yourself perfectly, Lady K.
I'm happy that this was the first time I ever got to play with a transgender out of all the orgs. Actually, I'm very happy by that, actually. And
Yeah.
I have nothing against Stassi as a person. I know I did eliminate her, but I have nothing against her as a person or anything like that.
Yeah, well, let's see what she has to say about that, all right? No one speaks on Stassi but Stassi. That's why everyone comes to me all the time and ask her what her gameplay is. But no, I said nobody speaks for Stassi but Stassi. Same with me. So,
I have a question for you.
What?
It's something I've always been wondering, because I don't feel like, I was wondering, did you hold it against me for avoiding Stassi?
I heard that there was somebody else behind that. So I guess like I've always been waiting for that answer, but I didn't think we were going to get there yet.
I
know that Stassi's coming, but I was just like,
Josh, she did.
Can we let Caleb finally speak his piece or whatever he got to say?
Well, Ken, I'm done with you now. But something else. I think I'm ready. So Jennifer and
just offended you.
That ass.
Why do you guys think I'm weird?
Say that again, Caleb.
I was talking to the other Dylan and with Jennifer. Why do you guys think I'm weird?
Because you are. I mean, it's like.
I need an explanation.
You are.
What's a good explanation? Okay, so I didn't have very much interaction with you at all. Okay, and then I think when I started to say like you're weird, is because in the pre-jury chat you were like, I'm gone. this game's gonna blow up now. That house chat is gonna go crazy because I'm not there. And like those are your, and I was like, this is so weird. Like, what? And I was so confused. And you were always talking about Ken, like every second. And you were just convinced that the game was gonna blow up because
Yeah, and you also
left.
said you
It
would
was so
shave your
bizarre.
head if Ken won the game.
Because
Yeah.
I have lots of viewers out there supporting me.
That too. You said you were gonna shave your head. You said you're gonna go bald if Ken won. And Dylan was like, so we have your word. And you were like, yes, I'll do it on camera at the reunion. Like, it's just weird stuff. I mean, weird
There's
is
nothing wrong with being
okay,
weird.
but
I can
it's
take
just
things like a champ. That's why I can take things like a champ.
okay.
Wake up, sunshine.
But
What the
but
fuck is going on?
but yeah. But also Jennifer, you also said in a pre-jury like, Caleb, you're weird. I don't like you. I hope you are not in the Hall of Fame. Like you basically said that you hate me.
I
Like,
said I don't like you. Why would I have said I don't want you in the Hall of Fame?
I don't remember her saying
You
that.
said
I said I
that.
don't like you because I don't. Like, you're not gonna like everyone. I just don't like you. I don't know. I think you're weird and I don't like you.
I agree.
I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
I'm
like
always siding with my rival.
Dylan, what's a WAN?
Oh my god.
Talking to me.
No, he's talking to me.
Oh.
That was at Caleb. I don't know. Caleb said something about Caleb. Do you want to enlighten us on what that is? Like,
when?
What?
Who was it in the game or in the pre-jury?
What does the word mean?
What does when mean?
I really don't want you to say, Caleb.
Because Dylan has your
Oh, I
back
wanna
and he's
know.
watching out for you like a father.
Can you message it? Can you type it in the chat?
Type it.
Yes.
I believe what Caleb is, because I believe what Caleb is referring to is when Ken called him a whack. The W stands for
white.
That whack. Oh, was it white?
Yeah, it was white.
And then the A is ass.
Pause. So
And
I
then
called
I'll
him
let y'all fit.
I called him a
White ass nigga.
I didn't. Why would I call him white if he's white? Like, why would there be an insult?
Oh wow.
I called you a white ass nigga, Caleb.
Say it. Explain it.
I called you a white ass nigga
Yes.
to
you
your
did.
face.
You did, Ken.
Like I called you that as an insult. Like you're white.
Yes.
Like
That was an insult.
This is wild. This is
I
wild.
called. You sure I called you a white ass nigga? You sure I ain't call you a weird ass nigga? A whack ass?
No, it
I'm
was
pretty
white.
sure it was whack. I'm pretty sure.
Even then, why is white an insult? You are white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
but
look, I
that's
think
like-
you just blew that out of proportion and dragged it. I think it's time to let it go, baby. I
Can
love
we
you.
just move on to the next like thing?
Yeah, I'm ready to talk about something else too. I'm sitting here looking.
Yeah.
I'm
So
done for tonight, you guys.
thank you.
I have
Okay.
nothing to
I
say.
want to move on to the gameplay this season. Now that we have all that bullshit out the way, because the gameplay this season was fucking crazy. Every single round, blindside,
Dylan, you look like you're
blindside.
about to go fix somebody's house.
Huh? Huh?
You said you look like you better go fix somebody's house. When you was in the tank top, I was thinking the same thing.
Who, me?
You're white. Yeah.
I look like I'm gonna fix someone's house.
Yeah.
Nah,
I don't do manual
Loki,
labor.
your background made your hat look like a hard hat, Loki.
Oh, did it? Oh.
My
Okay.
bad, goes in.
It's okay. But every single round, I had no idea what the fuck y'all were gonna do. So I think the first blindside I want to talk about, since we talked about everyone else, I want to move on later into game. Let's talk about Ame nominating herself for elimination. Number one, how many of you were shocked when Ame said, I will volunteer to go into the box?
I was like, what are you doing?
It was
I
kind
was
of on
not in the
brand for
game
her.
then, but I was watching. And Dylan, do you remember that one game I got out? I can't remember her name, but because she volunteered herself, and I got rid of her. It reminded me of that. But
Latanya.
I was a viewer. I was shocked.
How about the rest of you?
I was happy because if she didn't, I would have went in and went home.
Actually, I think Brandon was about to go in.
She did it to protect Brandon. It wasn't you, Ida. It was Brandon because Brandon was about to be the next name said, and she just said, "I'll do it," out of nowhere to protect Brandon. Very strange, but she went home.
It was on brand for her. I wasn't really. I mean, like, did I think she was gonna do it? No, but when she did it, was I like, yeah, that fits. That checks
It
out.
was like very Ame. Like it was very like she was consistent. She was.
The funny part about it is she had so much fucking hope. Like she was like, yeah, Lady K never vote me out. We've been
No, even in the bottom three, she's like, Lady K, I nominated myself. I'm not scared at all that you're gonna send me home. I'm just gonna let you talk to these two.
The lady of the night is here. What's up? Hey, baby. I want to know what bitches got to say.
All right,
let's get to business. Yeah, let's get straight to it because I got shit to do. So who got what problem with me before I address mine?
Yes, boo. Look, come, bring it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who got a problem with me before I address mine.
Your shit.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
Well,
so
you know,
why bitches quiet?
Sunshine, I'm dead. Sunshine, please unmute. You funny as fuck. Can you
I
wake
think
up?
you should ask questions.
Stassi, this is okay. You missed us. I bet you they're gonna say this later. Molly and Caleb, but no, we were talking about like how everybody was so damn thinking you're so damn aggressive, and you weren't. I don't think you were.
Well,
Somebody thought you were weird already because you just didn't even say anything. They pegged you from that since the beginning, and I was like, well, they don't like me either. Want to play together? And I knew you wanted to have fun. So, but like, do you not remember everybody got weirded out because you didn't quote unquote say anything from the minute me and you both came in?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say this. Y'all bitches know today, right now, that I'm not the bitch to play with. Because I like how quiet it is when I came up in this bitch. What else do I want to say? Lauren, bitch, I really don't know how to feel about you. I mean, it was good knowing that you had to kiss my sister's ass. Because you didn't have anybody else. Because all of your fucking teammates start dropping like flies. I love that for you. Actually, I love that for me, but I hate that for you. Who the fuck else? Is Simon in this bitch? I'm addressing hoes that's here.
No, Simon's no longer. No,
Stassi, can I explain, or I can wait?
No, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. I wrote you off the day I left this house.
Sounds good.
Yeah, very good. Who the fuck else tried me before I left this bitch?
I think that it had to do with. I know Josh asked me earlier if I blamed him, and remember that little info that we got afterwards?
Yeah.
About who really was behind it all?
Them bitches was out to get me from day one. Why is it because the bitch look good?
Well, we were talking about big blind sides that happened. So since you're here, we're going to talk about your blind side. So firstly, I want to talk about your decision to send Ida home. So you get the paymaster, you have all the power, and it's pretty much a house fact. Chris is going in the box and you're sending Chris home. But then I've joined the game and I void Chris's check myself because fuck him. And he's out of the game. So now 3 new people got to go in that box, and it's Ida, it's Shannon, and it's Josh. And you tell everyone Josh is going home, and they get Josh in the bottom, completely blindside him. What made you change your mind and save Josh from elimination?
I'm a businesswoman. And that's really for one. And coming in this game, I was genuine. Then I realized everybody who I low key like I was a fan of Lauren. I was a fan of Deontay. And then like those ended up being two bitches that trapped me. Who the fuck else? I mean, it's very rare for me to stand bitches because bitches are boring, but them bitches actually like, yeah. But I'm sorry, Lauren just turned out to be a whack ass bitch. I feel like considering that, how do I put this? Tia, help me. Like, you my sister, like, you know, like.
Well, I wanted to say, I know in one of the, with LJ, I know everybody thought I was a little treacherous bitch for that, but no, I didn't. I found out he had a hand in her going home too. So, that's
LJ, do you want to see me? Because, girl, like I was on my way over there. We was going to kill these bitches together. What happened?
That was the biggest betrayal, and he was wondering why. You guys wondered why I came for him.
Well, let's take this step by
I'm confused.
Oh.
So did you
roll the
have
clips because all the shit saved?
Please do.
Okay, so
because I was the one going out of my way trying to make alliance between us for what the hell?
Well, and Stassi wasn't even
get y'all to
supposed
meet me
to
over
go
to our
home in the
tribe.
bottom three.
We could have.
Okay, so what bitch wanted me
alliance
home? What
we could
bitch?
come from.
If you voted, I gotta refresh my memory. If you wanted me to go home, raise your hand right now.
It was Josh that he sent you home.
Well,
So,
that's
Ida, you don't wanna fight me
that's what
today?
I want to. That's what I want to get to. So you chose to keep Josh because you felt like.
Oh, okay.
You felt like he would throw the challenge. Is that right?
I mean, I was telling the rookies, ain't that what we were? Yeah, newbies, because the rookies kind of like, ugh, bitch. But yeah, the newbies, I told them that like Josh offered me this, but like I haven't asked for it yet. I mean, because I feel like we could beat these bitches fair and square. I said I haven't needed Josh to do that yet. So it might have been, if I stayed to the end, it might have been something I needed towards the end. You never know. But like I kept Josh over, you know, because Josh just taught him a good game.
So you're saying that Josh convinced you during the power outing that he should keep you?
I'm sorry, y'all. We'll talk about this later. But yeah, I kept Josh because he talked a good game. I mean, the boy seemed genuine. And like I told my sister Tia, the way Ida brought it to me was kind of like she came off too strong, like as if she was bullying me into making a decision she wanted. Like I couldn't even get a chance to hear Josh's side of the story because the whole time she's screaming and talking over him. I'm sorry, that sounds like a guilty bitch to me.
Well, let's take a look back at that moment when you sent Ida home. Let me quickly pull that up really quick.
Sorry, Ida.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, oh no. So, girl, I'm sorry, Ida, but I'm gonna need them credits and maybe you could come back for another game and try again. Maybe Josh will be in the same game and you could get your revenge. But right now, like, them credits are important and I'm kind of greedy.
Okay. That means that Josh, you are safe to slay another day and you are still in the running to be the winner of I Love Money X. Here is your check. And that means that Ida, is where you leave.
Yes. Thank you for hosting the game. I thought if I would tell her the truth about Josh coming for her, she would be like, okay, I'm gonna get him out. But I can't wait to watch Josh take her out for himself. Honestly, I don't think it was a good gameplay on her end. And I had a feeling
I can't
that she
hear
was
it, no
not
shade,
gonna
but like
vote
I know
me.
what happened.
It was not gonna keep me because she constantly ignored my messages that I sent being interrupted.
My decision from your team. So
I
y'all all
wasn't
still got a fair
letting
chance.
anybody influence. You don't realize that people on your side actually wanted me to go over there. So not only did you fuck up yourself.
Oh no, I'm aware of that. Trust me,
okay.
I'm hip. I'm hip to all the new tea. Trust me, I'm hip to all the new tea. But right now,
Y'all hear that?
now that I do have this new tea, I gotta make a play move for me.
Can you mute her so I can finish?
But there was one moment that was my favorite. Let me get that really quick.
Yeah, CT, I didn't start with her on that live, dumb bitch. I just wanted to rub that in.
Now, and that's why I'm going to spend your cocoa credit to get what the fuck I want. Now
it's not
what?
my cocoa credit. Those Josh cocoa credits and the other people.
You dumb?
Talk your shit, yo.
Stop playing.
So I think the real question is, Stassi, did you want those cocoa credits and did you get what the fuck you wanted?
Of course I got what I wanted. I mean, I got the biggest and I had the most in history. And I mean, bitches knew who I was. Like, I don't know. Like, I was just sitting on platinum plaque pussy. Bitches could not touch me. I felt rich. I'm not gonna lie. I did feel very rich. And I don't regret it. I'm always send the bitch home when it comes to a coin.
So Josh, the following round, or I believe it was 2 rounds after that, you were in a position of power where you were able to save Stassi, but you chose to eliminate her. Why did you eliminate Stassi and keep Dylan and Lady K?
Okay. So I initially had gone back and forth. Initially said, yes, I want Dylan's ass. And I was like, then Dylan humbled himself and came to my DMs. And remember, we had dust off our DMs and came to talk to me. I was like, look, but then I remember something that Lady K had told me after I had to kind of spill tea that she gave me about earlier on in the game. And Lady K would message me, like, get me before I get you. And that always stuck with me. I said, okay, bet. So I went and told Dylan, look, you get me her ass is gone. But then when I kind of getting the vault ceremony, kind of hear about how shit went down, it changed. And it was like, oh shit. Because Dylan done made some points about not letting another vet go home. I was like, I was never a vet strong, but like that's a point of concern because I think at that time the newbies were still trying to be newbie strong, at least in my perspective. And then with Lady K, she was someone I wanted to work with from the jump, just from seeing her photo. And then hearing about how they flipped the script on her, it's like, if I save her, this is going to be a powerful ally. And then when it came to my decision to eliminate Stassi, just in that power outing, like, she's offering me coins, which is an excellent, great strategy. But for me, I just needed something a little bit more than that. I later found out after the fact that Tia told me that after that vote, her and Stassi were going to flip teams. If I had known that, I would have avoided Dylan. It was me trying to think about my game long term.
But I told LJ that.
But he didn't tell me that. If I had known that, I would have avoided Dylan. Because at that point in the game, I was trying to rebuild my game, get some new allies after that shit that happened to me surviving. So I had every intention of saving Stassi. But in that moment of me trying to do business, not personal, that was the decision I made.
Quite frankly, yeah, Josh sent me home. But bitches who I thought I was cool with are the ones who put me up. That's like my thing. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. That's like my thing. Like, and I feel like bitches was talking about me before I was here. So I really want to know what the girls think about me. Like, I really do. I'm not gonna cuss nobody out. I really just want to know like how y'all look at me because this is nuts.
So you're saying that you felt more betrayed when Lauren and Simon all put you in the box than when Josh actually avoided your check?
Yeah, because they wanted to keep Dylan in the game and they knew he was the fuck up out of here.
Well,
That's what it was.
I want to give Lauren a chance to speak because I know that you and Lauren did have an alliance with each other and a very close relationship. And we're going to talk about Lauren's multiple alliances after this as well. So Lauren, I want you to get a chance to speak your piece to Stassi.
Yeah, so leading up to the Lady K Stassi vote in, that was like a week long of dominoes falling in place. Lady K wanted to be paymaster, and there was some beef between Lady K, Simon, and myself when we voted for Tia to be team captain rather than Lady K. That started a fraction between myself, Lady K, and Simon. Lady K, from what I heard, was going to Ken and saying, you know, Simon and Lauren are saying the same things to me. They're working together. I'm not their number two. Then it was trying to make Dylan the team captain. I didn't want that because I didn't want Dylan in the bottom. And just kind of all those chips fell. And then I think it was a Tuesday night. I think it was before Stassi, you fought with Ida on the main. That was a Wednesday, I believe. That Tuesday night, after we got off of the live and we didn't vote Dylan as team captain and we let Taisha be team captain, I hopped off the Zoom. It was far too late for me. I had work the next day, but I had people on the Zoom messaging me like, Lauren, you need to get on this. Tia and Stassi and Lady K are all saying shit about you. They're complaining about you not voting Dylan as captain and you not putting Hunter in the bottom last vote.
You were there when we said that. You were there for all of that. Yeah, I could have sworn you were sitting there with this dumbass look on your face, girl. You was there. Come on now. What's this? What's going on?
No,
what's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
After the live ended, I hopped off the Zoom, and like an hour later, I got woken up by like Dylan and Simon being like, you need to get on this Zoom. So I pop in for like literally 10 minutes because I hear you guys talking about me, and then I just left. That was the night, you know, I heard that, you know, again, Tia, we talked about this. So I believe, you know, what you said, but I had heard that, you know, your mom was saying I was a sack of potatoes and all of this stuff. And LJ and Stassi and Tia are over here. And
she did
no,
not
Tia,
say that.
Tia, we're all good. Like, I believe you, but that's kind of all of that happened. And then what came of that was Dylan was then in the bottom. Saying that Lady K was going to go if we get her in. Okay, awesome. That's not Dylan. We've been fractured the last week. Perfect. But then who's the second person that goes in, right? And it was going to be significantly easier to get you in the bottom after your fight with Ida. We could get the newbies, Ame, Brandon, Caleb, to vote you in because you just had this big fight and we could use that as an excuse to get newbies to flip on you. We didn't want you weren't supposed to go home. That entire, I think it was like 2 days between that vote, it was supposed to be Lady K. And that was it. You weren't supposed to go. So, and every conversation we had, I wasn't lying to you, but things just kind of domino affected that week. I heard you talking about me. You kind of flipped the script on me first from my perspective. And so, you know, I wasn't going to let you have a part in me going home.
Of course. Let me say this. I've been saying this from day one. I respect everybody's game. If I get up in your ass, it's business. That's it. Not nothing personal. I'm not capable of making up with people or understanding where they're coming from. It was just when I was on my way out, from my perspective, the girls who I lived for the most was the girls who was sitting in my ass packing. So I'm like, at this point, I'm so upset. I don't want to talk to nobody. I'm fighting the girls when I see them at the reunion. But then as time went on, I'm like, you know what? It's a game, but that does not warrant how bitches are painting me out to be. Like that's my whole thing. I get y'all sending me home now. I get it. Like, it's me or y'all. And I've been saying that if it got to be between me and one of y'all, I'm going to choose me. And if you did what was best for you, I respect it. And, I mean, girl, you a cute girl outside of the little beef we had. You was definitely a cute girl.
We
I
really
didn't know
did
we're
like.
both in
Yeah.
Philly either, Stassi. Dylan said that today, and I was like, "What the
See,
fuck?"
I
I'm so
forgot she
close
was
to
from
you.
PA. We are supposed to be cool, bitch. Like, hello.
Do you think
I
the
didn't even
friendship
know.
will mend? Do you think you guys can remend the friendship now that the season's over?
Of course. I
Stassi,
just want Lauren to know, like, this is who I am when I feel betrayed. So it's kind of like, if you know you're going to do something that's going to hurt me, just let me know. Talk to me beforehand. Like, listen, that way I'm not blindsided. So that's it. I'm just all about loyalty, y'all. That's it. That's it.
And also, Lauren, I wanted to approach you, but then like I was upset because you didn't say, "Hey Tia, this is a game move. It wasn't personal." You know what I mean? But I was just like left there to dry. So you know what I mean? Like that's like kind of like where you went wrong with why I was gunning for you for so long, you know? And I thought that would have been a very bad hold for you in jury, but I don't hold grudges or anything like that. Well, I did hold a grudge a lot of the fucking game. I'm not.
Well, let's move on to probably the only real alliance that, well, there was a couple. There was Birds of a Feather, there was like some things here and there. The Meat Eaters Alliance. So okay, first things first, I need you all to understand something. For this first half of this game, Lauren and Simon had like a million four-person chats. And the funniest thing was that Lauren said in her preseason interview, I don't want to have a million alliances because I know that it's going to come back to bite me. So it started with Lauren and Lady K were really tight after the first day. But then Simon entered the game and Lauren and Simon became closer. And Simon kind of took over as the number one for Lauren. Those two made an alliance with Lady K and Ken, and you guys had a four-person alliance to have the majority on the newbie side. But then Lauren and Simon saw the benefit of working with Stassi and Tia. Originally, they didn't see this because they were on the other boat and they were kind of the house targets. Like had Tia not won that, Stassi had a really good chance of going home first. So then they had a four-person chat with those two. Then they had a chat with Dylan and Taisha. I want to say there was a point where they had a chat with Hunter and Jennifer as well. I'm correct, right? There were so many chats that it was hard to keep up with.
I don't know if I was in a four-person specifically with Jennifer, but she was in a chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in one-on-ones with pretty much everyone, but I was never in one with me.
But
Hunter,
this culminated to Taisha, Lauren, Dylan, Hunter, and Simon all working together after Jennifer's elimination. So firstly, Lauren, why did you how were you able to bounce between all of these different groups, and why did you take that approach?
Fucking beats me. I blame Simon. He was always like, but this person's really cool. And I had a great conversation with this person and I love that person. And I had to spend the whole, team phase being like, okay, Simon, fine, we won't target this person. And I got roped in like, I wanted Ken gone over Caleb. For a moment there, like I knew Tia and LJ were gunning for me, and I knew Tia was close with LJ. I wanted Tia gone, but like Simon, every step of the way is like, I love Tia and Stassi. We have to stay with them. I love Lady K and Ken. We have to stay with them. So I just went with it. Would it have been my strat? I think the way I played the second half of the game, once Simon, Dylan, and Hunter were out, is the way I intended to play the game the entire time. But I just like had this bond with Simon and Dylan that I just had to stay true to that and compromise with what they wanted. As soon as they were gone, I was like, fuck yeah. No offense. Wish you guys didn't give it out, but it gave me some mobility.
And then Dylan, I felt like you and Taisha were kind of doing what Lauren and Simon were doing, but on the other side, because you had a couple of variable ways to go too. There was a point where you had a crossroads between either saving Hunter and Jen or saving Josh and Shannon. You guys decided to save Hunter and Jen. Firstly, what brought you, Lauren and Simon, together? And why did you decide to play the game that way?
Okay, so I decided I really wanted to work with Lauren when it was probably at 2 a.m. and me, Hunter, and Jennifer were on a call. and we were watching all of the
You were
newbies
stalking y'all
videos.
for real.
And
We went until 6 a.m.
it was probably, we were just fucking dying. Like, and I don't know what it was, but Lauren, like the fact that you just said that you sent like junk mail, like intrigued
No, your
me.
key word that you said was
We were your
visceral.
biggest fans, Lauren. We're like, when we meet you, we're gonna ask you about junk mail.
You said something
and we
was
were
visceral,
dying. We
and I was
thought it
just
was
like, I love
hilarious.
her.
And I don't know, like that's just how, like, I decided like that you were gonna be the first person I talked to in the newbies. I had known Simon from the past a little bit, and y'all were just the people that I decided to work with. And like, I don't know, the game was such a mess with me in the early on phase before we even got to like meet the newbies for me, because I felt like I was like in like such a bad position that I kept having to decide. Like the round where I had to vote in Josh, I really did not want to do that. Like Chris was the plan, and then when Chris left, like I felt like everything changed for me.
Why did you say me and Stassi were trying to get out Heather? Because at that point in the game, I was
We
like,
will
"Ooh."
we will talk about that when Heather's here. Heather's gonna be here in a little bit.
Oh, is she coming?
She will be here when her play reading is over. That's
And
why
okay, this is side note, but this is kind of
that's why
ironic.
that's why I'm not talking about Heather yet.
When
'cause
we
trust
watched
me,
your video, Lauren, we were like, this girl has no idea what she just got herself into. She's gonna get first boot. Like this girl is a goner. And then you did so good. So
No, we were all your biggest fans.
Well, no, we were
so
your biggest
excited to meet
fans.
you. We like amped ourselves up. We were so excited.
no,
meet
you and Caleb's videos were the best, hands down.
Oh, Caleb, your video was absolutely great video.
I just remember I told Chris off on premiere night, and then immediately Hunter, Dylan, Sunshine. Like I got all these people up in my DMs because I told Chris to shut the fuck up, and that
because everyone hated him.
How it started.
Wait, can I say something?
I actually still don't know why is it that Chris like got kicked out.
We kicked Chris out because he was in our messages trying to clown us. Y'all want to hear what he was saying to us?
Yes.
Not really. I don't really care.
He was like posting clown emojis. He was
like a
being
waste of
disrespectful,
time.
and like
I
it's like, listen.
Yeah, he
ain't nobody
just
got
kind of
time
said
for
you
that.
guys sucked and then got removed.
He can suck a dick. My mindset is, if you don't like me, if you don't like my game, you can go.
Well, you shouldn't have brought him
Shannon
back.
had 1 foot out the door. If she didn't quit, she was going home in the next 5 seconds anyway. That's just how I feel.
And Chris, he still kept on going like the next day because y'all had brought it up for him to like, come on, like stop.
The only reason why he didn't go home the second he started arguing with us about that competition was because we knew he was going home anyway. So we felt like, we don't want to fuck anyone over. But no, you get to be embarrassed and called a bitch on your way out.
Yo,
That
Dylan was
sounds about
like,
right to me.
since he got his smug look on
That
his
was
face.
it. That was it.
I enjoyed that.
I'll never forget the moment we were sitting in that call, and yes, the look. And
He
that's
was
when
drinking
Dylan
that
was just
fucking
like,
coffee.
That I had enough. And like I give everyone plenty of chances. And I decided I'm gonna see how he's gonna act on this call. If he behaves himself on this call, I'll just make him an auto nom. But his smug attitude, I was like, nah, you get to go home, but I'm also gonna Monique from Charm School send you home. I'm gonna let you know why you suck and you get to go home. So that's why Chris Floptista got sent home. Like just very, and like the thing is that I don't think in his real life he's a disrespectful person, but in this game, very disrespectful. And that's just something I don't like, is people being disrespectful, like Keisha.
I don't know. You don't completely change your character when you're on from real life. So you can't call because you didn't get something that didn't go your way. You can't turn around and call people clowns and pussies and then think that that's okay. And you
I just think
you don't say that in your real life.
I agree.
I just think since he was coming from an older season, he just thought he had more like.
oh my
But
gosh,
what's the
who else
word?
thought
Like
that he was
security?
production when you first joined the call? Because he was asking all of us, like, oh, who do you not want to see?
Yeah,
Like,
just like
when I
acting
was like,
like,
oh, are you a
yeah.
production member I don't know about?
Yeah, he is doing way too much talking. Like, Lauren, as much as you told him to shut the fuck up on the live, I was telling him to shut the fuck up behind the scenes. I was trying to stupidly work with this dumb bitch, but like, he was just a lost cause. I just tell him, look, the more you open your mouth, the bigger your target gets, and he just couldn't grasp that fucking concept.
And I loved when I've loved how he was just talking all this shit, and then the second Lauren called him out, he was dead silent. He hops off camera, and he lost all of his chill, because such a cocky. Him and Shannon had to be so cocky, like
That's
crazy.
crazy to hear because literally the one time he spoke to me, I don't know what we were like. I was arguing with somebody in the chat, and he like texted me like, "Just don't ruin it for yourself. Stop talking."
But then
So
he
that's
did it
actually
to
mad
himself.
funny.
So he
Right.
tried to give you advice and he couldn't take it for himself.
He had a lot of advice to give Keisha.
You
He
practice
did.
what you preach.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I seen it and heard it all. And I was laughing the whole time because I was like, bruh, the same thing you're telling people,
Wait, what advice?
you should listen.
Wait, what advice?
He had a lot. He especially with the vets, he really, he wanted.
Oh, he said we need to say that's strong.
He thought he was smarter than the game, and sorry you weren't.
One of the worst to ever play, and that's not even coming from.
I think him saying that wanted us not to stay strong. No, I didn't
He
want
was
to stay
playing
strong.
on y'all the second y'all got off
LJ,
that
I
call.
think you may be right.
I
I'm
wanted
not
to
like
send
I'm
them
gonna
out
be
one
honest.
by one. If I
Oh,
could have won
period.
semester every time, I would have sent a bid out probably every time. Yeah.
Nah, mess. Yeah, I think the second half of this game was defined by Lady K and Lauren's relationship with each other, because you two had a very rocky road in this game. In the beginning, you guys were like, "Yep, we're number ones. We're gonna work together to the end," and we talked about it on Prod that you two were the ones to watch this season. I knew it. Everyone else knew it. You guys had like the strongest interviews. You had a good head on your shoulders. And I felt like it was a Sharonica and Zamonica situation where either you guys were going to be the best of friends and dominate, or you were going to be gunning for each other. And when I saw you guys join up, I was like, they're about to run the fuck out of this game. But then you guys turned on each other and went hammer. And Lady K was on her Kill Bill era, ready to get every type of revenge that she could, but she couldn't get to you. And then you guys made a really smart play towards the end that honestly reminded me of Danielle and Taisha in season 8, where they realized that they don't like each other, but they're the biggest threats there. And if they take each other out, the other one's going to be the next one to go. And you guys won out of all of the merge paymasters. You guys won, I want to say 6 out of 10. You guys won 6 out of 10. Actually, it might be more than that.
Well, I think it was 4 and 3 or 4 and I think it was 7.
Yeah, 4 and 3.
No, you guys won 7 out of 10 paymaster challenges. When 7 out of 10 from the jury stage. Lauren, you won top 12, top 10, top 6, and top 4. Lady K won like you guys were just consistently in power, and you guys had a lot of opportunities to take each other out. So can you guys explain why you chose not to? And Lady K, you had the first chance to take Lauren out. What made you say?
So I think this may have been my default in the game. I always felt like I was trying to paddle back to show her that I wasn't with Simon and Dylan leaked or told her that I was, and she just said it a couple minutes back. That initial conversation when we were on with Stassi, the whole thing was like Ken said, "Oh, Lauren called me," and I'm like, "What the? Me and Lauren number one? Why she didn't call me and tell me it was good?" Like that's the whole thing that I said. And then I think it kind of, because that happened and the whole Dylan and Simon, Lauren and Simon talk every day. And if I wasn't on with Simon, I was on with Lauren. If I wasn't on with Lauren, I was on with Simon. And for me not to have a conversation with them for 2 days, I knew I was dead and sneaking in the ground. And then I just felt like I kept trying to backpedal my way. And then at one point I was just like, listen, this is not Lady K's game. Lady K's game is, I'm coming for you. I told Josh straight up, get me before I get you. Simon, I'm coming for you. And then I'm like, okay, maybe you can't do this and I love money, because every like dial my voice back, dial my tone back, and was just like, all right, let's be a little bit lower. I think whether we played different games, but I think what initially brought us together is that we thought the same way. We had the same strength. And if we could have done that completely, I think you are right. Like we would have rocked this completely out. We just separated. I mean, no harm, no foul. Like I really, like I said earlier, I really appreciated what she said earlier. She just meshed with people. I didn't know that communication with Simon and Dylan had taken place. And I even reached out to Dylan. I think me and Dylan had 2 conversations. I just didn't know that had happened, where I'm more of a loyal player. Like if she would have came and said, listen, we can't take Dylan out because he's Final Four. And I'm like, okay, we can ride with him for Final Four. But now I know going down the road, like I got to get Dylan out because he's closer to you than I am. And I don't like that. The same way I had to take LJ out because he was closer to Josh. You got to go. It's only one lady. So that's kind of what happened.
Lauren, go ahead.
I think too, and I don't know if you'd agree, Lady K, I really do like 40 chess, big brain myself into bad situations a lot. And I think that's part of what happened. I think we were both that same week being like, she's not talking to me. She's not talking to me. Because the same way I left a voicemail after we voted Tia over you as team captain, I left a voicemail when I felt like you were ignoring me the whole next day. So it was kind of, we both started drifting at the same time. And I think our wheels both started turning. Mm-hmm. And I had known, same thing, like if we're not together, like we're against each other. And I also knew us making it to the final together was never like final 2, final 3 is never a smart decision. And I know you knew that because to your point, we were playing the same game. So it was kind of like
the jurors here, who would have voted? Raise your hand if you would have voted for Lady K. If it was a Lady K Lauren final 2, raise your hand if you would have done Lady K. All right, so I see Josh, Tia, LJ.
To win.
You're voting Lady K or Lauren. To win. So it's the same people on jury. It does look like a split vote. It looks like Taisha, I don't know what you would have done.
Honestly, I think it depends on like the situation because like Lauren and Lady K were both threats to me. I would have to see it from like them getting to the end, like how it happened.
I would say the way it would have happened. Lady K winning that challenge, sending you home at 5. And then at 4, Lauren still wins. And then by some miracle, Lauren decides, I'm going to send Ken home at 4 instead of Lady K. And then it would be Lady K and Lauren beating Josh in the final. That would be the most realistic way that they would be the final 2. Raise your hand if you would vote for Lauren.
I would. I would.
So Taisha, Hunter, and Ida. And obviously we don't know what Brandon would have done. So it would have been, Josh, where do you think you would, oh, Josh, you said Lady K. So we really don't know how it would have turned out, but I think you were correct, Lauren, that it would have been a very close battle.
Yeah. She was the only person I couldn't go to the end with. But to your point, Dylan, Lady K and I saw this. I mean, we saw this like duos phase. We reconnected and we were like, listen, there's no way either of us is making top 5 if we're not both there together. So like I hate is such a strong word. That even in the game, I never had anything against Lady K or her game.
We just had different paths. Like we had different paths. She wanted to keep Caleb. She was just like, no, Caleb. And I was like, no, Ken. But I couldn't be too pushy because me and Ken really never like talked. But I was like, I don't really want Caleb around. Ken is like, I don't really got to check in with him so much. And even if I don't have to say something, he kind of knows what I'm thinking type thing. So it started early on even there too. So, I mean, listen, look, I think I said that at Jury Roundtable. She played a dynamite game. Like, it's even if you want to hate, she just played a dynamite game.
Definitely.
As did you, Lady K, which is why we both had to go.
I want to move to Taisha and Ken. So you guys were the real secret duo that wasn't actually a duo. So while you had Lady K and Lauren winning these competitions and beasting, they were trying to, put the target on people that were more under the radar, which would be you two. And you guys did not go into the box the entire season. Like Taisha, you only went in the box once, and that was at Final Four when you had to go in. And Ken, you didn't go in until top 5. So talk about how the game was for you guys trying to get these two out, because it seems like y'all were just trying and trying, but you couldn't get the comp wins to take them out until Taisha, you got that win at 5.
You first, Taisha?
You said what?
I said you first.
Okay. Well, when we finally merged, and I lost LJ and Hunter, I saw my numbers like going down, and nobody wanted to take out Lady K or Lauren. And I was like, what the fuck? So I was trying to connect really hard with Tia and Ken. They were the only people I feel like I could talk to that were also down for the same thing. But my main goal in the end was to just not be a threat. I did not want to be seen as a threat. I wanted to just keep getting pushed far. Ken was the only person I feel like I could talk to that was somewhat sane at that time, because he wanted Lauren out. And Tia was close to Lady K. So it was hard. She said, she came to me and Kim was like, yeah, I just brought Lady K some powers. And I was like, what? She brought Lady K powers. Lauren had powers. It was just a mess, a hot ass mess.
Oh, you mean whenever I went on a spending spree for everybody?
Yeah. And then she brought Kim, not me though, but I see how it is.
Yeah, Brandon left for 50 coins. She bought Lady K 5 items.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But remember, Lauren, when I told you, everyone you had the black hole.
You said I had 2 black holes. I was like, this power was already used. Why are these people believing this shit? Holy crap, yeah.
So Ken, how did you feel?
So when the whole newbie thing broke apart, I still had hate in my heart for Lauren, whether she knew it or not. Me and her talked about it and everything, but I'm like, this motherfucker gotta go, ASAP. And she been my target low key this whole time. And I'll say, I don't care what Tia's talking about. I roll for Stassi more than any freaking body here, because she went and laid in the bed with Lauren. And I was after I got Caleb out, I was like, yeah, Lauren, I'm finna get Lauren ass next. And I've been pitching her name. Me and Tia talked about it. We made this whole scheme of how we was gonna freaking get her out. We made a master plan.
Last minute. Remember?
Tia come to me 2 days later, I want to get out LJ. I'm like, well, I guess LJ and Lauren about the same, so I guess we can go for LJ first. And Lauren would agree with that, so we might as well get them out. And we get LJ out. I'm like, okay, now it's Lauren time. That's when Lady K saved her. I'm like, fuck, we never gonna get this motherfucker out the game. And I'm thinking Lauren is gonna take out Lady K. She saved Lady K too. I'm like, how the fuck y'all let them get here? How y'all let them get here? I was so confused. I was so confused the whole game. I'm like, bro, I know I'm not good at competitions, but I am a team player. I will vote with you or whatever. But let's make a plan to get them out. And that's when me and Taisha came together, because we was kind of broken. She didn't trust nobody. I didn't trust nobody. I'm like, Taisha, can I even trust you? She like, can I even trust you, Ken? We didn't trust each other for a good bit. And we finally just talked a couple of days, and we still trying to get, we butted heads with Josh, trying to get Lauren out. It just wasn't working. It was not working at all.
I think you tried a little too late, buddy.
Yeah.
If you would have got Lauren out or Tia out instead of me, I think Lauren would have went probably fairly way earlier. So
that's what I thought was gonna happen though. I did not want LJ to go before Lauren or Lady K. They kept trying to pin LJ as this big target. I'm like, how the hell are Lauren and Lady K calling LJ a fucking big target and everybody's just going along with it? I was like,
we messed up and we didn't link up and get that.
Innocent. Listen, I had the numbers until honestly, until Sunshine went, I think I pretty much like had the numbers to not touch the box until Lady K got to pick noms. That's you couldn't get me out before LJ.
I would say when LJ went home, you had Brandon, you had Sunshine, you had Ida, you had Tia, who was going back and forth, and then you had yourself, and then you had Josh going back and forth. So it was kind of like, honestly, there was a point in the game where it really just mattered who won Paymaster, because Tia and Josh were just going to vote. Josh literally said it himself, whoever wins Paymaster, that's who's going to decide who gets sent home for him.
I will say, Ken, that call you made to Lauren at like 2 in the morning, and you said, "Bro, I'm coming for you. That's all you need to know is that I'm coming for that ass." And then you hung up on her. And
I was like, literally,
So
you
funny.
woke me up from sleeping, and I was like, "Okay, Ken, bye."
Ken was funny as shit because he would tell everyone if he didn't like you, he was gonna tell you.
I was trying to get Lauren out so bad, and when I used that freaking power, I used the power specifically. I didn't plan for that to happen, but he had the perfect position to get Lauren out. I didn't get this motherfucker out. It was so frustrating.
Hey, I did play both sides, but Ken, I don't know why you. No. Listen to me. Just listen to what I'm gonna say,
Isaiah,
okay?
do you have that picture, that screenshot of Tia? Because Tia, I gotta say, you know what? You were the fake news that the Republicans were talking about, because you just everything that you said was fake news.
All of it.
And I can
Tia
fool
played
everybody but Ken for some reason.
But
I don't know
right?
why.
But Tia, what
played
makes you
all
so
sides.
dangerous? What makes you so dangerous is you believe the stuff that you say. Like you say Lauren has 2 black holes, even though there's only one that exists at a time, and you believe it as if it's a fact, and that's why people believe you, because you're not lying.
No, that's why
in
I
your
would
head.
call her, because I would want to hear what she was going to come up with. Like, I didn't think it was like, I knew she was far-fetched, but it was funny. Like, it was good. I was like, girl.
And I still remember when Hunter, who he plotted your demise, he was laughing hard as fuck. He's like, on a strategic level, she's got to go, but on a entertainment level, this girl is funny as fuck, and I love her.
I could not get
Like,
enough. Like, I was like talking about getting you out, and I would be like, okay, I have to call Tia, like, just get my daily update in her life. Like, she's doing shit.
I couldn't take it. I was literally, it'd be like, Tia would be talking to LJ, talking trash, and then they'd hang up and boom, she was on the phone. She was on a call with Lauren, now talking trash about LJ. And then boom, she'd go to Ken and be talking trash about Lauren. And then she'd go boom to Lady K, be talking trash. And I'm just like, what is happening? I feel like
I got a lot of elements
like
from my
everyone is
game
believing
from other
this
people.
Chaos.
Oh, she was good. Like, you were
Wait,
iconic. Yeah.
what did you say, Tia? You got your game from other people?
Oh, I got my game from like everybody, because like I remember like Jennifer went home, and Jennifer went to say this in the chat, but like I was like, man, she was crying. I couldn't even fucking talk. And I was like, wait a second, I should use that. And everybody who had a good game strategy, I would pick up and I'd be like, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. And I would just mirror everybody back to me, and I could fool everybody else, but for some reason I couldn't fool Ken.
So you're saying that Jennifer crying, and Jen, can you confirm or deny, was you crying a strategy? Oh, is she still there? Jennifer? Oh, she's fixing
I'm
it.
here.
but no, it
I'm
wasn't a-
here.
Oh,
Jennifer,
yeah.
was you crying a
Sorry.
strategy when you were in the bottom?
No. Are you kidding me?
Of course
Like,
it wasn't.
Are you kidding? Like
Yeah,
that.
but I took it as one, and I was like,
Stop.
I want to use that.
Let me talk. Thank you. No, that day was horrible for me. And what I was saying was very honest. I am an emotional person. I mean, so it absolutely was not a strategy. Are you kidding me? I would never alter my emotions to try and make someone think that I'm feeling like to feel bad for me or whatever. And in other games, people will know I am extremely emotional. and I wear my heart on my sleeve, and you can see like my emotions are shown. So you know that when you see my reactions, that's genuine. It's how I feel.
No, I
And
thought
and it was unfortunate because LJ, like the reason why I kept on talking is because LJ had told you that you were safe. I'm like, okay.
I
And
couldn't anybody telling me I'm safe though.
if LJ says something like it was just obvious that it was so true. It was obvious. And
we gotta make a new word for what you had, Tia. It was paratia, or paranortia, because you were paranoid about everyone and everything. I mean, you popped off. You were coming for Lady K, who you just saved. You were coming for Ken. You were coming for like all these people that had your back for like little to no reason. Like, were you aware at all that people were not out to get you as much as you thought?
Yes, actually, I told LJ this exact strategy, and I was so pissed that he revealed it. I said, LJ, you need to learn how to stir the water to catch the fish. And he's like, what do you mean by that? I was like, make enough noise around you and it'll deflect off of you, and all the every problem will come out.
But okay, and this
And
is
I
not
was like, how
shade.
dare you? What?
Okay, this is not shade, but like, and this isn't even, but like, did anyone take like what Tia was telling y'all on the phone? Like, she would just say the most out of pocket stuff. Like, did any of y'all take that seriously? Like, for me, it was like a good laugh. Like, I'm just trying to think if I was.
They
Y'all can
didn't.
listen. Y'all can shake your heads.
It frustrated
Yeah,
me.
they did.
Y'all
They
were
did
eating
it
that shit up. Y'all were
Listen,
eating
y'all
that
can
shit up.
shake your heads, but y'all were eating that shit up like it was
I
raw
wasn't.
cheese.
I wasn't.
Y'all were
was
eating
a
that
point
shit.
The only person that wasn't buying it was Ken.
Was Ken.
Everyone
Yeah.
else
Yep,
was
yep.
believing every word she said.
Everyone else at one
Except
point
for
or
Ken.
another
That's what I
bought
said. I
what
said I
Tia
can
was
fool
saying.
everybody. I can
It
fool
wasn't-
myself, but I can't fool Ken for some
It
reason.
wasn't
I don't know why.
It wasn't until Hunter blew up Tia's game with the whole LJ and Hunter controversy that people were not as keen to listen to what Tia had to say anymore.
Well, because I was
Job,
starting
Hunter.
to see that
Good
she was
job,
saying
Hunter.
like, well, I started to tell that you were just saying the most out of pocket stuff. Like, we would be on the phone and you'd be like, did you know that Taisha's talking bad about you? I would be like, what?
Taisha would be right there.
And then you would be like, Taisha was talking about you, and oh my God, Lady K and Josh, they're like a final two today. Like, it just happened. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'd be like, what?
A lot of
be
the
honest
stuff I
with you,
was saying
Tia.
wasn't actually just completely fabricated, though.
To be honest with you, Tia, I know people couldn't stand Heather, but if I was in this game, I would have taken you out far before I would have taken Heather out, because you're able to get on calls with people and like get people thinking and stir the pot. Like, people don't give Heather the time of day, but I was losing brain cells in some of my conversations with you.
But you know that you always lose brain cells with conversations with me. That's why you put me here.
Of course, I love you as a person, but I would not have been able to play with you.
No, it was so crazy too how you turned on LJ, because legit LJ had your back like 100%, and like the turn on LJ was like on a dime, and it was so like definitive, like that's
Like,
it.
you really
LJ's
just
gotta
woke
go,
up
and I was
feeling
like,
like
what
that.
the hell? Like
Everybody
you and LJ are
was
on
trying
calls
to
for
talk me out of
hours.
that. No, you don't understand. Like, as soon as he I guess he faked that with Josh, that disadvantage. I was like, oh shit, they're coming for Lady K. I need a target to hide behind. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And I was like freaking out. And I was like, okay, I gotta go fucking tell her right away. And then I was like, I went and I told Lady K the information. I snuck every information that I could into people that I knew wanted LJ's head. And then boom.
But Tia, let's be real. The reason why you turned on LJ had nothing to do with game. It had everything to do with he had a smoking session and you did not get invited.
That part.
He got a puff pass and he didn't pass you the puff.
He didn't.
Which no call ever happened. Like, she got jealous for nothing.
It was, she said it was you and Josh doesn't even smoke. So like, how are you having a puff session with Josh and Josh doesn't smoke?
We smoked every day. Every day we went to bed every night. And just like one time, that was weird. So I was like, I'm gonna do that.
The paranoia to
No,
over.
see, that's why I had to call with Tia. Like, I would be like, yes, Tia,
I want to
that is
ask Da
crazy.
Vinci, because I think Da Vinci was Tia's first victim of
Yo,
her.
bro.
Talk to us about that first night with Tia.
So literally, I was mad confused because it was like 1 second it was a disadvantage, and then all I remember is her saying that I'm coming for her, but it was like I was joking, like I was dead ass joking.
You
And she
said you
clicked
could
that,
Stassi than me next, and I was like, I need to go find allies. So that I found Ken. I was
and
like,
then
hey, I want Da Vinci out, and then he
but
was
that was
like,
the that
and
was
then
the
Stassi
that
was
was the
like, I
crazy
think he's listening.
ma'am. Anyways, that was the crazy part though. Like I dead ass like was not serious about none of that shit. And I said it to her, like, yeah, nah, I'm just joking. She took that shit to the grave, yo. Like she dead ass, we did not talk until mid-season. That's the first time I was like, yo, I apologize for whatever. But literally, I'm apologizing for nothing because I actually didn't never had anything towards Tia, bro.
I do have a clip that Tia made from the first night that only encompasses a handful of the tomfoolery we had to deal with. So let's take a look.
I'm serious.
This is while we're just trying to talk about the rules. I'm just trying to explain the rules.
He's high as shit too. He laughing. Shut up, you light skin.
My camera's about to go right back off. Stop playing with me.
You look like my ex. That's why I'm triggered by you, because you look exactly like my ex. The first black I ever dated. But he was half Jewish. He was like a Drake.
Are
There's an issue.
Stassi and Brandon here? I
It was
swear I
the
saw them talking.
It was the half Jewish that fucked them up.
Oh my God, don't tell me that whole black man don't cheat thing. Shut up.
I don't know about everybody else.
Come on,
Stassi and Brandon.
That was like your Azalea Banks moment.
Have you done any? Have
This
you
is
cheated on
unprovoked
anybody?
too.
I no, that's the thing. I knew Hunter was gonna rat me out eventually, but
This is like so unprovoked too. Like no one talked to you, no one was saying anything to you. I was literally just reading the rules, and you're just like, Da Vinci, shut up. It's so random. Like Da Vinci,
Literally, I don't think she knew my name until again mid-season. Like she would call me that light skin.
I think she had a crush on you.
No, hey,
Yes, you did. Tia.
Nah, that's all. That's Tia's all kinds. Let's stir the pot.
Well,
no, Da Vinci. I just needed to make enemies in the house. That's what I needed to do, and I was like, Da Vinci.
Why did you avoid my statement about Ken?
About Ken? What do you mean about Ken?
That he said you had a crush on me. I'm saying, isn't your
Well, let's
crush
talk
Ken?
about my favorite
I
relationship.
thought her crush was LJ. How many crushes did you have, Tia?
A lot.
Why?
A lot.
Whoa.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
I low key
Ken,
think I low
Da
key
Vinci,
on Sunshine too.
LJ.
Who?
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
No, I didn't.
Sunshine.
No, I didn't. Not Sunshine. No, I didn't. Come
There-
on.
Oh, but the other ones are true. Okay, she just confirmed it. And Tia was a little boy crazy this season, definitely. But also was a certain Ida Thurman. Ida, I have to ask you, what was so attractive about Sunshine to you? And that's not shade, but why were you so attracted to Sunshine? Wait, Ida, can you hear us? Yeah, I'm asking you about your relationship with Sunshine.
Oh, he's not here. So can you do it when he's here?
I think he went to sleep.
Oh.
I just wanted to ask you, you were very flirty this season. What made Sunshine stand out to you?
When we were in the thingy with Simon and Deontay, He was explaining how he was mad at me because I didn't stay on his side. I went to the other team. And then I was like, I love you. We should date. Or something like that. And then he played along with it. And I was like, oh my God, this nigga really sitting here flirting back. Like I was just playing and he was dead ass. And I was like, oh my God, I don't even like this guy. So I just kept on doing it because it was fun. It was something fun to do while playing the game.
You did the same thing with Odd in season 4. It was funny as shit. And I have to ask, why did y'all have so many butt plugs and dildos that y'all brought into the live? My favorite was of you having a unicorn horn made of a butt plug.
I was gonna use it actually. I was gonna go on live and use it for you guys and demonstrate. But
thank you for
I
not.
know Ken wanted to see it, so I wanted to show Ken because he always wants some titty milk or
You also had a flirtmance with Ken and Da Vinci.
What?
Honey Da Vinci? I forgot.
Yeah, you kept calling him Daddy Da Vinci.
And then as soon as he left, Daddy Kid.
I would guess, bro.
Yes.
I would talk about project getting so mad at that shit, yo.
You were. It was really funny.
Yeah, I was like, since Da Vinci's gone, Ken, it's your turn, Daddy Ken.
Can I just say though, Ken is seriously like I love Stassi personally, but playing with Ken was like the most fun I could ever have because he was just like me. He wanted maximum chaos. He was just so fucking fun to play with. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, I do gotta apologize to you because I yelled at you a couple times like I was your dad. You was just frustrating the shit out of me, man.
I think you should be Ken, that apology should be coming to me because I was the one who had to give her breathing treatments when she would be crying. So I really honestly think that you should be apologizing to me. Like she would be hyper. I'd be like, Tia, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
He got so mad at me. He was like livid, and I'm like,
I'm just saying.
I'm good. We're good. Like, I'm sorry,
Lady
but
K,
we're good.
Ken, if you guys were to play this game again with Tia, would you take her out first or would you work with her?
I don't know. Like, so Tia, she had this confusion around her, but you knew everything that she wasn't saying was legit, but some of the things that she was saying was legit, right? So you had to keep her around. If I can't speak to anybody else's game, but Tia was on conversations that I just could not be on. She was up at 2:00 in the morning. She was on the phone at lunchtime. She was on the phone when I was putting my kids down to sleep. So I needed her around because she had a pulse on this game. I would keep Tia.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Everybody said that I was so wrong about it. I think that the majority of the time I was actually fucking saying some facts.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you weren't.
Come on, that was so true. I called out you and Lauren still working together too.
Yeah, no, you would. I was so heated when she was like, "I told everybody I bought you at some powers. You're not playing super fair." And I'm like, "You don't tell people in these games what powers you have. Like, what is your problem?" Stassi gave me coins when she left out. Did I tell y'all are just finding out that Stassi gave me money? Like, you don't tell people this stuff. And you were Stassi ride or die. Did you know Stassi gave me money?
Yeah.
Exactly. You keep that stuff zip-lipped.
No, Tia, me and Taisha had this theory that you knew exactly what the fuck you was doing and you weren't just talking bullshit. And I was like, what if we get to the end of this fucking game and Tia actually has been doing this shit on purpose? And come to find out, you fucking were, bro.
And I said that about Taisha. That's why I was trying to get her on the game to like own up to it. Like she would come in and be like, "I don't know. Which way do you guys want me to vote? What should I do? I don't know. I'm like, just own up. Tell me like that was your game. So I wasn't being bitter. I was just saying like, Yeah, no, that's what I was doing.
Tia, do
No,
you
like
regret? Tia, do you?
people thought I was drunk, and then I would just be like, "Yeah, this is alcohol," and it was like just lemonade, and I was like, "Yeah, man, totally." Like I was just
Tia, Tia, do you regret your decision to quit?
Yes, I do. I still had a million tricks up my sleeve, but my mom double dog dared me, and my mom is
did.
like really was like the final two actually. Like
She did. She quit that night.
She was the 25th contestant. And I was actually going to ask you, Tia, are you down to get your redemption? Because I dare
Yeah.
you. I double dog dare you.
Yes, if only if I could get my redemption with Ken, because seriously, he is so fun to play with. I'm not even kidding. He acts like such a straight-laced guy. He was down for maximum carnage, just like I was. But he would be like, "Stop going rogue. Tell me what you're about to do." And I was like, "Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you." And it really didn't.
Jesus.
Okay.
I used to tell production, LJ, Lady K, and Ken deserve an award for being able to be on calls with Tia for as long as they did, and for like not literally ripping their hair out and going crazy, because I don't know how they did it for hours on end every day of the
I
week.
actually enjoyed every call I had with Tia.
I right though, it was a crazy balance, right? Like
I love
she
Tia.
drew you into her craziness.
Yeah, it was when we wasn't talking game that I enjoyed talking to her. When we was talking game, I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What are
Good
you talking
evening, all.
Yeah, fucking.
It was like that. Can I always equate Tia's gameplay to Caleb? Split the vote. What are you talking about? Why are we splitting votes here?
That was Caleb, no shade, but this is not Survivor. Like, splitting votes did not make any sense.
Like you guys.
I was about to say, why the hell you going to split votes? It don't work.
We finally have Heather here.
Hello.
So I have some things to go over with Heather, and then we have awards.
Oh
and then,
God, I need another
and then
Yes,
we
yes.
can wrap
Shut
all
up,
this
all
up.
of you. It's not your moment. Shut up.
Heather, we're gonna keep this as civil as we possibly can, okay?
Please shut
Because
up.
I
There
want to
you
be
go.
able to keep this moving.
Oh, I brought
Okay.
something.
You brought what?
I brought the infamous
The
prop
knife.
of the
Of course you
season.
did. Can I ask you why you brought? Like, what is that knife thing about?
Well, it was something that belonged to my dad when he was alive, and it was just sentimental.
I can just see the tone shift with everyone the second you walked in.
Of course,
so
everybody
before
hates me. I'm.
Dylan,
you said
let's
I'm a
just keep this
villain.
going. Let's keep this
We
going.
do not, at least I do not hate you. I'm happy you arrived.
Man, I
I was reading a
I
table
used to
read of
see
the
your YouTube
Truman
comments,
Show,
Jennifer.
and
You're a goddamn liar, yo.
I literally had 12 rolls.
Okay, so
You're
first
just
thing,
some of you are
first
sad
thing I
because
want
I
to start
slit
off
your
with
throat and I
Heather,
wiped the
Heather,
knife
Heather,
off
Heather,
and I give
Heather,
it
Heather,
again.
Heather, Heather. You have to work with me here because I'm going to try to keep this
Sorry.
moving as possibly can. Okay, so first things first. Raise your hand if you had some type of beef with Heather this season, whether it was game
All the
or
hands
personal.
up. All the hands up. Don't lie. We're at the reunion show.
I'm not
Don't
sure.
lie. Or else
Heather,
you're going to
was-
hell.
Heather, was we beefing?
Are you serious?
Were we beefing?
No.
Are you serious?
I never beef with her.
Are you serious?
Were
I
we
don't
beefing?
know if I had beef with Heather.
I never had beef with Heather. That's wifey.
Da Vinci, who
I
probably
mean,
are one
Heather, I
put
just
their
couldn't
hand
talk
up.
to me, to be honest with you.
Anybody who doesn't put their hand up is a liar and they're going to hell.
Oh, who has beef with
Heather,
Not
Heather, that's
hell.
not, Heather, that's not true though. The only Ken did not have beef with you this season.
No, Ken gets a pass. Ken and Lady K.
And
get
neither
the
did
passes.
LJ. LJ.
I
saved
did
you.
not.
And King LJ and his beautiful locks of hair get passes.
All right. So
I don't
first
get a pass.
thing, first thing that
Yeah,
we need to
I
go
caused
over
our beef and I'm sorry.
before-
I love you. I want to
Heather, shh. Okay, first thing we need to go over is you and Dylan, because this is a rivalry.
Pumpkinhead, sure.
Heather, this is a rivalry that has been going on for 5+ years. It started in season 1, and then season 2, and then all the way over to season 10. So you actually had an opportunity to get rid of Dylan the first round. Why did you not take Dylan out?
because, I wanted to be Jesus in the first round. I wanted to be merciful because, Jesus, I believe in Jesus and I believe about mercy. But then I realized after watching him that he hadn't changed. And so I got LJ to kill him for me.
All right.
And he did it.
That's a strategic mastermind.
That wasn't
right
your
there.
reason.
LJ was doing Heather's.
You know what?
dirty
Cut
work.
the crap. I had somebody else plunge the knife, so I wouldn't have to because I don't like using this.
So
thing.
Dylan, I'm going to move to you because coming into this, you actually had stated that Heather was someone you wouldn't be thrilled to see, but if you saw her, you felt like there was something that could be done. And you kind of went back and forth on Heather throughout the season. You were at one point like, yes, I want to work with her. I can use her as a number. But another point, you're just like, I fucking hate this woman. She needs to go home now. I cannot stand her. Why do you guys have such a polarizing relationship?
I have come to the conclusion that she's just a crazy bitch, to be honest with you. Like, you can never truly, you really never know what Heather's gonna say, she's gonna do. And like, I don't know, like Heather is just Heather, like
You know what?
nobody
I'm
takes
a
her
crazy bitch. Nice to
seriously.
meet you.
Not even, I'm talking, thank you. Not even Prod takes her seriously. I don't know, she's crazy. And like, I try and stick out an olive branch. Other people in the game do, but all she does, she just acts like a 4-year-old throwing around a knife and saying crazy shit. And
heirloom.
She's a fucking wackadoodle. That's what she is.
I do have to point out this fact, though. Heather has played this game 5 times, and the only time Heather has not made it to single digits, top 8, let's say, is in All-Stars. Every other season, she's made it far. Why do you, and anyone can jump in, why do you guys think Heather is able to make it so deep in the game despite
I know exactly
having
why.
a big target
I
on her?
can say that I
because
think
she's a
a lot
fucking
of
master-
people think that they can use her as a shield, and me included. I definitely thought
agree.
that.
No,
So,
I
so if you think
No,
that
yo,
I played-
Jennifer was speaking. Shut your lips for a minute. I know it's
My
hard.
bad.
You
Take your own
can't
advice,
do
you
that.
just
I don't
fucking
know how to
admit
do that. I
Take your
know
own
it's
advice,
hard for you, but
Heather.
let Jennifer speak for the love of
Take your
God.
own advice, Heather. You just fucked
Jen
over
finished.
me.
I played with her a couple different times now, and I mean, I was someone who did this season. I said she is a big target. If you keep her, they'll always aim for her and not you. So I think that is a big reason why she's always kept around. And hey, it works for her. I mean, regardless, it works.
I said from the jump, Heather's the type of player, like, either you take her out first or she makes it far. I was like, there's no in between. I felt like after like the 3rd round, I think with Stassi left, I was like, okay, Heather ain't going nowhere now. She's going to be around for a good long time.
I will say that there are players like that. You have people like Gloria, who's just all over the place and can be used as a shield. I would even say Lady K and Lauren were shields at the end point of this game. But Heather is someone that legitimately people want out. Like Heather, people will hate. And Heather, there were so many times that you were supposed to go home and you should have went home. But kind of like, has anyone seen Survivor One World? With Christina Cha, who was this woman that everyone did not like, but like one thing or another would happen and you would somehow stay. And it was just crazy to see because legitimately people did not want you here, but somehow you always make it deep.
Yeah.
Why do you think you make it deep in this game? And then Da Vinci, you can go next.
I literally really don't know. I just tried very hard. I was persistent. I was so annoying. I just threw everything on the table. And really, in the end, it made me sick because I got massively sick the day after I was voted out. And I'm still battling it. I've been to the doctor over it. And yeah.
Da Vinci, why do you think Heather makes it far?
Yo, I swear to God, Heather might not even be her real name. Like, I think that she's a fucking master.
My name
actor,
is
yo.
Heather Lee Cameron.
Shut
I
the
share
fuck
a
up.
middle name with my
Anyways,
mother.
I think
Are you
that-
going to
I
fight
think-
me?
Heather,
Let him talk. You just said stop letting
Heather, he's
people
trying to
interrupt.
compliment you right now.
I don't know if it's a compliment, but I will say I think she's a master actor. I think that everything she does is a purpose for it. Whatever she says, she's great at getting under people's nerves, and I think that there's reasons for that. Like, I feel like she be making scenes on the spots, no cap. So everything she says, everything that she does to annoy people, I feel like she thought that shit through a million times faster than anybody else can.
I will say, as someone that knows Heather for 10 years, this is her.
Yeah, that's not her. And she didn't think it through and said, yes, this is what needs to happen.
I want to ask Lady K and LJ, because you two seem to be the most open to working with Heather. Why did you, Lady K, you even said if you put Heather in the bottom, she's not going home on my paymaster. Why did you guys choose to work with Heather?
My patience is, I believe, remarkable. So where everybody was like, she has to go, she's crazy, I can't stand her. I'm like, okay, like she's not bothering me. Like, it's so much other chaotic stuff going on in this game. And Heather just wasn't that for me. Like, I could go to her, we could talk. Granted, you know, like you may not necessarily know where she was going all of the time, but if you got into her inbox right before, you could kind of gauge where she was going. And not to say that I could control where she was going, but I can figure out where she was because she was an emotional player. And as long as you met her emotionally, you knew what she was going to do. And for my game, as long as I can find you on the map, then I can keep you around. If I can't find you, then you're destructible to me because I don't know where you're going to be. So Heather was fine with me. Like, she rattled everybody else's feathers, but no.
So
I think she was more sane than Tia was.
Everything Lady K just said is accurate.
Wow. Okay. Well, a lot of my strategy was borrowed from Heather too.
I'm playing Tia. I love you to death, but no.
No, it's
like,
true
Heather
though.
just
It's true
wasn't.
though. I thought Heather
LJ,
was.
what were you gonna say?
She was inadvertently brilliant. I didn't know. I think she knew. But
Go ahead, LJ.
Oh, okay. So as far as Heather, I felt like she was a genuine person, outside of the game. So the call we had, I felt like she had so much longevity in this game. She would be someone who I would want to work with. So I really did adore Heather outside of all the chaos and everything that went on. It was like the layers she had, was very appealing to my game strategy.
I think that with Heather, players like Heather and Gloria and Demonica, et cetera, players that are like lightning in a bottle, you need a master class on how to work with them, because no shade, Heather, you are very hard to work with because you have moments where you're very emotional and you screw yourself over, but you know what you're talking about. Most of the time when you would say things, you were right. Like when you were saying Dylan's the most powerful player in the game, you were right. He was the most powerful player in the game. He had all sides backing him up, and you taking him out opened the game out completely. It's just your delivery is hard for people to wrap around, because then you start coming for people like, oh, Josh, you're trying to act like Jesus. Oh, you're going to like all these like things.
Yeah, but here's the thing on this. It's hard for me to deliver. I can't articulate. I can't verbalize what I intend to verbalize. So that's where the problem comes.
I do want to, that does bring me to my next segment on you. I know this is all kind of clumped together, but that's just because you're here later. I want to rewatch a clip that Isaiah had posted to the Facebook page. This clip came after the infamous mutiny, which we're going to talk about afterwards, where Dylan and the rest of the vets were realizing they didn't have the numbers, and the only way they were all going to stay was if they got Heather to work with them and to work with Lauren and Simon and to potentially flip the entire house. So let's watch back this moment.
And if you're not and fucking Stassi are fucking using you and probably making fun of you in private, you're absolutely insane. That's ridiculous.
we're here because of you. That's insane. That's insane that we're in this position because of you. And you're like, oh,
because of me. I did not ask any of you to mutiny. Your dumbasses did that to yourselves.
No, I didn't. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Okay, Heather.
Yeah, bye.
Someone kick Heather from this call. We don't need her.
Bye.
Just kick Heather. And Heather, when your ass is fucking grass tomorrow,
Okay, fine. Get in trouble with production.
You stupid
Get in trouble with production.
You're a fucking idiot. You hear me, Heather?
Idiot. You are.
I'm gonna
always
be
wanted to
honest.
know
I've
about
done
that,
so much
Dylan.
for you
I was
this
like,
game,
what?
and we
I
are
fucking
here.
ruined my game for your stupid
Explain.
fucking ass.
Explain.
I told you guys
I
what
didn't
she was
even know
like.
that.
I knew she wasn't gonna
We
change.
all
You're
know. Okay,
stupid
if
and you
anything,
will go to
Dylan
hell.
knows the most what she is like. We know, and she's laughing.
You literally haven't even given me a chance to think. Like,
No,
No.
because you're just saying I'm lying because I haven't talked to you yet. I'm talking to you now.
in front of
I am.
everyone.
No, she's laughing, and it makes us
At like
And
12:30
you
in the
can laugh
morning.
when the fucking
together.
void stamp hits your fucking check tomorrow, dumb
listen.
bitch.
What an
So
embarrassment
to everyone that didn't understand why, the following day, Heather came to the chat and was ranting and raving about the veterans. That was what set up that next morning. And if people in the audience don't get it, I have a clip for that later. So
Wow.
I have
Why
a
is that
question
You guys
about
were
the
acting like an
mutiny.
embarrassment that night. Y'all were on something. I don't know, but y'all were screaming at me like, "Oh, if you don't do what we say, you dumb bitch, we're just gonna beat you to death anyway with our sticks and tongues and whatever else we can grab." Like,
It was a lot. It was a lot. I agree.
We want, and the hell with what you want, right? You don't matter to us. The hell
all
with
right, so we've heard how you feel, Heather.
Sorry.
So Jen, Dylan, Hunter, Taisha, can you guys express how you guys felt going in? Clearly, Dylan, you had a lot of emotion going into that.
So here's the thing. I am going into that because this is right after we realized how much we screwed ourselves over, right? We were just like, and so we're like, oh my gosh, wait, if we have the numbers, it'll be okay. And we needed the number from Heather. And if we didn't get that, that's where we just saw our games completely just, I mean, we already messed ourselves up, right? Like we're already emotional, upset because we made this horrible decision and game move. And then we found some way to get out of it, but that wasn't working out for us. And that's where this all comes from.
How about you, Dylan?
So for me, I think I'm trying to remember exactly who was on call before we actually started that call. Because I think it was me, Jen, Taisha, and Hunter, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was it.
I was really hoping that when we swapped, that Lauren and Simon would immediately like work with us. Because Lauren had a good connection with Hunter, me, and Taisha. We were all the only person was really not Jen, I had felt. So I was hoping that when we mutinied, like we would all just work together and flip it, right? But that wasn't the case. They wanted to wait around because it was too early. And Simon had those connections with Lady K and Ken and stuff. So that I was like, shit. So we had to pull in Heather. And I remember like it was like 2:30 a.m.
It was
and
late.
she could not connect to the call. It probably took her 20 minutes to even get on that call. It like was not letting her join. So I'm getting annoyed. I'm like, Heather, can you just fucking join the call? Because it kept saying Heather Lee Cameron joined, Heather Lee Cameron left, Heather Lee Cameron joined, Heather, probably 10 times. And it was like really aggravating me. And I remember, like you can see in the video, I'm like almost at steps. Like my dog is like scratching on the door, like he wants to go pee. And I'm like freaking the fuck out because Heather is just on camera.
Yeah,
like,
we had limited time, right?
Yeah. She was like this in her bed and it was just irking me. Like, I don't know. It was just.
And she's laughing.
Yeah, she was literally laughing at us. And it was just. It was a train wreck.
We were going crazy. Like that was really the end of like our group. Like that fight with Heather. Like I think before that, I'm optimistic. Like we could have figured it out. But when that happened with Heather, I was like, oh
yeah.
You guys, looking back at
y'all
it,
treated me like crap before the mutiny, so you couldn't have figured
No,
it
no,
out.
no, no,
looking
no. I
back at it,
did.
looking back at it, do you guys regret the way that you approached Heather?
No, because I don't really think it changed.
No, because I really didn't approach her. I wasn't really there. So
Yeah,
I don't.
As far as I think if we had actually taken the time to like, hey, what do you think about this? Instead of just, hey, here's what we're gonna do. We need you to do it. Let's go. Come on, we need you.
Yeah.
I think that would have affected something differently.
Maybe if you would have treated me like a person instead of like a dog that you
Right.
Drag on a chain leash, maybe you would have gotten
Heather,
somewhere.
we just voted.
Yeah, no, I
together.
agree. I agree, Heather.
I don't know
I
why
think-
you had thought that we were trashing you because you had just voted with us. We all were working
Dylan, I
together.
just saw the clip. Are you going to deny what's on video?
No,
footage?
I will admit I was at fault in that clip. But what I'm saying is before that video, I was under the impression that we were good and we were fine because you had just voted with us to make this big move against Josh, which failed. And I had thought when we were I had thought we all could work together because we were
Dylan,
just.
I was at the point where
Heather,
I
you're
was
not
done.
listening to me, and you keep telling people to stop talking when other people are talking. Well, you need to take your own advice and let me finish. Please just let me finish, and then you can talk. I'm almost done. That was my thing. I had thought we were fine until that call happened where you had sat there smug, and it was, to me, it was just annoying. That's why I exploded at you, and that's why I was pissed at you.
Yeah, you know what?
I have a question for y'all.
like that comes back now because I think we all assumed that we were all on the same page because we had voted the same way. And Heather, I agree. Like we should have just freaking talked to you like a normal person.
I'm a normal
and I
person.
just wanna
Now y'all
inter- I
admit
just wanna
I'm a
inter-
normal person. That's lovely. When y'all
Heather,
that's
I just want Heather.
Oh, no,
Heather,
no,
she
no.
didn't mean it
I
like
never
that.
said
Heather,
anything about
Heather,
you
she
being
did not mean it like
anything
that,
else.
Heather.
Don't come at me like
Dylan,
that.
I would
I
just
never
like
said
to acknowledge.
anything
I would
about
just
you
like to
being
acknowledge by the
anything else.
time this fight happened, I had planned to switch for myself because I was done. Do you remember I was in my production chat just saying, "Oh my God, I want to quit. My morale is so low. I'm like breaking down because of the way I'm getting treated."
Are you gonna cry again?
Yes, I'm gonna cry again, and F you for daring to challenge me on my right to cry.
You're always crying.
What are you gonna do about it?
Oh my God, Heather! No one is scared of your little knife. You're in Canada in the fucking
Heather,
warming
Heather,
culture. No one is
Heather,
scared
if
of your
you just
knife.
took yourself 50% less seriously, you would be so like you would have had the crown. You would have won this whole game.
held up a knife.
And
I'm sorry.
I just want to reiterate this because I felt like a lot of games ended because of Heather, indirectly. The same way that last season, I felt a lot of games ended indirectly because of Gloria. I think that because Heather is such a kooky personality, and I think since Gloria is such a kooky personality, people don't take them seriously and they don't try conversating with them. And I'm going to use the word normal person. And when I say normal person, I'm not referring to Heather any disorder or anything like that, because Gloria doesn't have any disorder. And what Jen was trying to say is that no one was conversing with you like an actual ally. People would just reel you in as a number. And I think where the issue was why you guys weren't able to get Heather as a number, and Lady K pointed it out perfectly. You come to her when you need her as a number, but other than that, it's just radio silence. Like y'all will get in fights with her in the house chat. Like you'll have Shannon popping off on her. Like she's not going to want to work with that. And Heather, you're very emotional, and you would agree with me when I say that. You would
Yes,
agree
but
you're
you know
emotional.
what? In regards to season 2, I looked to make
No,
friends in
well, we're not
season
talking about
2.
season 2. I'm just asking you yes or no. You're
Yeah,
emotional.
I am.
Exactly. So
And Dylan, I can tell you, I definitely was part of not wanting to share information because I thought that the information that we shared with Heather would get out before the movie tried to make happen.
the way that you have to handle players like Heather and Gloria, and when I say handle, I don't mean disrespectfully. I just mean in a game. And I would throw you in there too.
I was just about to say that, Dylan. I saw
Yeah.
Tia took that. She took that as a hardball when I said that, Tia, but I didn't mean it in that respect. I meant it in the regard that you have to have open communication continually with you both. That's what I meant. So the same thing with Heather, like her thing every time she came to me is like, she clearly knew that everybody was using her as a number. But if anybody would have just took 4 minutes to say, anytime I needed her, my first thing would be like, Heather, what are you thinking? Who do you want down? Well, what do you think about this, Heather? And then you can negate and redirect the attention or, to kind of build the ally. And that was the same thing with Tia because her paranoia wouldn't kick in. As long as you were on the phone with her or talking back to her, texting back to her, you could keep her paranoia in contact. If you were talking to Heather, you can keep her house craziness in a box kind of thing. Like at least you
That's
had a
true.
handle on
Some
it.
players,
You know what I
some
think the problem
players.
was? I think the real problem was we were just kind of like, Heather, you need to join our clique. No ifs, ands, or buts. Like you're with us.
Oh,
Like I
it's
think
the
we were too
clicks. I never
cliquey
bought
about
into
it.
click mentality.
But the thing with joining the clique was
so
you added her as a you when you join a clique and you know that you're on the bottom. If that's your clique,
Exactly. No, like, that was the mistake.
No, but from our
Exactly.
point of view, because you weren't included in this at this point. We did. We were just like, okay, we need the number. This is how it's gonna be, and that was it. And we definitely approached that horribly, and stuff may have turned out differently if we would have, used a little more common sense. But
No, we were just too confident with each other.
I had a
players
question
can-
for all the people that had mutinied over. Strategically, y'all could have picked the rest of the vets off outside of y'all's group if had y'all stayed. Did y'all ever think about, was that a bad strategic move?
No,
Flipping
here's
to a
the
side?
thing, LJ, we made that decision about 10 minutes before the live happened. We didn't have a chance to think of any consequences. And we were still we didn't have a chance to think of any consequences. It was a last minute decision, and it is what it is.
LJ, just to be clear, I had
Wait,
made
what's
that
up, Lauren?
decision mutiny
Oh,
about 2 or 3 days.
I had a
before
conversation
the
with
rest of them,
Dylan.
and I was
I had a conversation with Dylan not 10 minutes before the vault where I literally gave him a credit to mutiny over. I knew at least Dylan was coming over, likely Hunter, and that meant probably
Okay,
you.
not literally. Sorry, because I was given a freaking credit too. Sorry, I didn't know you're gonna take this fucking literally. Okay. It was
I wasn't coming at you. I was just saying.
It was made pretty close to the live where we did not have a chance to talk about the consequences. It was
No,
what
it
we
was really
wanted
close
to do.
because they told me like 15 minutes before the live, like we talked about like if we should, and then I was at work and I was like, I knew we shouldn't do this, but I didn't have the
Hunter was
time
the
to-
last person making sure. Like he was making sure.
I was like, do we really want to do this? Because they just all saved
And
me,
I
so
think
I
he
wasn't
was
gonna do this
even
anyway.
asking during the live to get clarification from
Yeah, I was like, so guys, are we switching teams? Like I was just trying to make it like all nonchalant.
Well, I think there's one last topic with Heather, and then we can move into awards and final thoughts before we wrap up the night.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Can I just say one thing really quick about that thing before we move on? I just thought about because it was brought up earlier that we were going to talk about the why I said Stassi and Tia. I just want to say Stassi's not here. I really have no idea why I said that, to be honest with you. I can really not tell you, Tia, why I said Stassi and Tia. I really don't know. Whether
Dylan, I
maybe
felt
it-
slighted. I felt slighted. You were the only one that didn't want a final two with
Do you want
me.
me?
I
to-
felt
do you
so
want me
slighted.
To, do you want me to be honest and tell you why I think you said that?
Can you please? I really don't.
I noticed with you, Dylan, a lot of times you would do things, and then the way that you would flip it on people is you would say, instead of you doing it, you would say these other people did it. And you were making fun of Heather behind her back. So you said to her, Tia and Stassi are making fun of you behind your back. So you were flipping it onto them.
Oh, do you think I actually believe that? I did not.
And
Because
honestly,
Dylan's full of shit at the
Dylan,
best
like,
of times.
I never thought
really-
you did, Heather. That's
really,
You know, ever
appreciate
since season 2, I never believed a word.
Heather, why are you talking? Dylan, please. I'm sorry.
Your gameplay reminded me so much of Paul from BB19. Like, because I still remember you and Taisha talking about how Lauren and Simon should go because they think they're on the top of the pedestal. You were going to make a chart and everything because you were mad that they weren't going to vote with y'all. And y'all were going to flip it on them.
Let me see if I have that picture because we were going to
Remember?
see an anonymous message that was so fucking funny. It had like all these like random things like alliances that we got, and like we were gonna send this a really funny anonymous message. I really hope I can like find the picture.
Mad y'all didn't.
Remember?
y'all remember like at 8:30 in the morning after we had that whole like chat with Heather, she calls the mothership and wakes everybody up and starts exposing us.
Yeah, I
So
literally went home from work. Like I didn't even go to bed that day. I was like fighting for myself.
Like,
To
do you
wrap
think
Heather
I care
up,
that I exposed
Heather,
them?
you had beef with Tia. Tia, are you and Heather good now?
I had to drag that ass on Twitter, and then I was like, okay, I'm good.
Are you guys good now?
Like for real?
Yeah, for real.
Oh yeah, I'm good with her.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's lovely.
Like
I
I
want
said,
to take her in my arms and cuddle her. She's so
Dylan,
cute.
do you think
anything
that
is
you and
fine.
Heather could ever repair your relationship after this game was over, or do you think you'd go separate ways?
I don't know, because this is the thing. Like Heather, I've known Heather for a long time, and I feel like I have not had a problem with her probably in a long time until this game happened. And this game, in my eyes, like drove me crazy, and like to a place where I didn't want to be, you know? And so to answer that, I don't know. I think time heals wounds, but I don't know. I don't think I would want to associate with her.
Okay.
Well, I think that's fair enough. Before we get on to awards, does anyone have anything else that they want to talk about from this season?
Well, I'm sorry
I
for
just wanna say I think Heather's great, and we have reconnected, and I
Yeah.
hope to remain friends with her.
I'm sorry for calling Lauren a whore. I didn't mean Lauren's a whore. She's actually very cute. I would love to hang out with Lauren because she's
Listen.
very smart and she's very cunning, and I like her. She's very interesting.
I also
Heather,
like
I
think
thought you'd appreciate me more. I feel like,
Well, I just was, actually, after the day after you voted me out, I got massively sick with, I don't know what happened. I just got massively physically sick, and I actually went to the doctor for it today. So
In my eyes, Heather is wifey.
And I just want to say this.
you know what, Da Vinci, shut up. You were the one that called me the R word, okay? And that's it, all right? You're the one that screwed up, not me. I forgave you, though. God says forgive, so I forgive you for that, but don't ever do it again to anybody else.
Hunter, what were you saying?
Forgiven.
I truthfully don't care anymore.
I know you don't care, but don't ever
As
do
long
it
as-
again to anybody
as
else
long as you
because
know.
that's a dehumanizing word.
As long as you know that I don't.
There's so
But
much
I just
stuff
wanted to
that
say
we-
this before this like little reunion ends, just because I don't want it to drag on. Like I don't want to be in the alumni chat and like deal with drama. Like Josh, I'm sorry I called you, obese or whatever. I am sorry. Like you're not that bad of a person. Like I don't want to be fighting with you like in the chat. Like it's whatever.
Yeah, Josh, I'm sorry I called you Jesus.
No, you said I wasn't Jesus. On
Well,
night.
you're not like anything.
Heather, this is Hunter and Josh. This is Hunter and Josh right now. Let them finish this.
Look, Hunter, we are going to talk again after this. I hope we don't cross paths again, but I don't want that. Like, we just can go and be each other, be who we are in different places.
I agree because I'm like, so yeah, that's why I just felt bad I called you, fat because I'm a good person. Like, I don't always say like mean stuff. I'm a really good person. Like, once you get to know me, I'm great. Like, I swear, not to sound crazy, but I am. So I just felt like I should say sorry for that because I was like rude of me to say you're, fat because, yeah.
Well, listen, y'all, there's a lot of stuff that we could talk about. There's definitely stuff that we have
I got
not
something.
touched on. Like, we could do a reunion part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was so much that went on this season. Like, we haven't even cracked the surface.
No, I know.
But-
I didn't mean to make it negative
But
again.
we have
I just
been
wanted to
here
get out.
for a minute.
Dylan,
So
where's Floppy
I
Tista and Rachel Dolezal tonight?
Heather, just can we finish, Heather?
Wait, Dylan, you has something he's trying to say.
Let's go. Let's
I just want to apologize for calling you.
Fuck you, kid. I swear to God, fuck you.
And Josh, I'm sorry for our fight on night one. You're actually a very cuddly looking teddy bear.
I want to
Lots of
say,
style.
Heather,
before
you
we
need
turn
to-
this back
Style
over
and
to Dylan,
class.
so he can go and wrap this up because this has been going for hella long.
Yeah.
I would just
Let's
like
go.
to say that I get that whole Simon thing. I just don't like how much my character has been in question this entire season. Because even I was going to drag Jen tonight, but we had a conversation in advance and we squashed our beef. But in that conversation, it was just like I called her out for that episode where Hunter went out. And she told me that she regretted being nice to me.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were talking about me. Yes.
Yes. And I was going to come and drag her and call her everything but her name and a child of God, but we squashed our beef in advance. But there's just something that she said when we talked that just constantly just irritated me the wrong way, is that she said that, oh, because you came to, I appreciate the fact that since you came to me about something that's personal, not something that's on game, it shows that you are a good person. And I am just in awe of the fact that me being a good person has just been a debate this entire season. Like, yeah, I had a fucked up moment. It wasn't great. But one moment shouldn't define a person, especially when they've gone and apologized and taken accountability for their actions and promised to do better. That's all I'm going to say for people that are still holding a grudge against me. You can take the opportunity to know me outside the season. I actually am a good person. But if not, you're lost. Back to you.
Listen, there were a lot of things said and done behind the scenes. It wasn't just one thing. And like, I just want to make that clear. No one was safe this season from saying an offhand comment, one or two. People have a right to feel how they're going to feel. And it's all about what we do now that we're out of the game and not in the game. I'm not going to say we, because not me, but I noticed people tend to be sometimes the worst version of themselves when they're in this game in particular, because it is a game where you have to show your cards every single round. So it is stressful, and there's never a dull moment. So were fucked up things said? Yes. Josh, did you say things that weren't right? Yes. But it's all about what happens outside of the game. And this is just the opening conversation for a lot of things that need to be said off of this call. So we're going to move on to wrap up. I'm going to give each person a final chance. We're going to do this Bad Girls Club style. So
What does that mean?
Dylan, what was your, I'm going to go in order of elimination. So Jennifer, firstly, what do you take away from this season? And if you were to do it all again, what would you do differently?
What do I take away from this season? People involved in orgs are kind of crazy, but in a good way. Sometimes very entertaining personalities. A lot of people I wouldn't usually encounter in my daily life. And those people know who they are, and I want nothing to do with them, and I hope they don't talk to me again. I definitely wish that I would have thought through some things more, some decisions that I made. But overall, I mean, it was a blast. I even though I didn't last very long, the strategy moves that I got to make with people and talk about with Dylan, Hunter, Taisha was pretty cool. So it was fun. It was a great game. There's a lot of good people playing.
Thank you. And by the way, everyone, when I say, well, if you could do it all over again, I mean play again. If you played again and you got to do it all over again, how would you do it differently? Because they asked that on Bad Girls Club. If you were to do it again.
Oh, well, since I played very differently this time than I did the last time. I was more quiet. I just made bad moves. That's all.
So Dylan, what is your takeaway from this season? And if you were to do it all again, what would you do?
My takeaway this season is I'll try and make it positive. I got to meet a lot of fun people and reconnect with some people and build some good friendships out of it. So this was fun. What I would do differently, maybe I would refuse to play with Heather because I played with her every time I played this game and I just feel like it drives me crazy. Maybe if I come back again, hopefully she wouldn't be there and I wouldn't scream. That too.
Okay, bitter Betty, go to bed.
All right. Same question, Da Vinci.
My biggest takeaway that there's a lot of fucking weirdos in this online community. Heather being one of them. You stupid bitch. And what was the second question?
And if you were to do it all over again, how would you do it differently next time?
If I was to do it all over again, what I would do differently is not entertain those fucking weirdos.
Okay. Hunter, same question to you.
Okay, so what I took from it, I guess I took from it that I can do these games by myself, because usually like in any org that I do, I pre-made it with friends. Just I always have to do that. And this time I came in by myself, very independent, very fierce, and I just got 12. So, and that was all by myself. Like I did that all by me. So I'm very proud, very proud. But if I could do it again, I would want to play with Bria again, just because it like brought back so many memories playing this, like with her, like, you know what I mean? Because this was always something we did together. So I was like, where the hell's Bria? So now I would want to do it with her again, just to get that full circle moment. But that would be it.
And I'm glad that you did this without Bria. Because I think we needed to see your sparkle shine. LJ, same question to you.
I think the season was a roller coaster itself. Like what I take away from the game is, you know, being able to build those new connections, how I did in my previous season, and take those and build friendships out of them. What was the second question?
If you were to do it again, how would you do it differently, if at all?
I think I wouldn't have came as hard as I did in the beginning. My previous season, I attended every vault ceremony, and it was the complete opposite. This time I was safe during most of the pre-juries phase of the game. So I think I would have played more laid back instead of trying to, you know, take that power and have it.
Tia, what's your takeaway? And if you were to play again, how would you do it differently?
My takeaway is like, I don't know. I know like a lot of people were really mad that I quit, but I did have finals. I really did. And I didn't think I was gonna last that long. But like I did meet really good dope people. And I would say that what would I have done differently? I probably would have started more shit than I didn't get to start. Probably like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, probably. I would start more shit than I didn't.
Heather, what is your takeaway from your whole experience at the VH1 network? And if by some miracle you were to play this game again, what would you do differently?
Well, my takeaway is that I'm not as emotionally resilient as I could be. But I'll take a course for it. There's always a course out there on that. I took one during pandemic. I probably need to take another one. And then what would I do differently? Well, I'd turn my emotions off and I'd trust myself more and my intelligence, and I'd trust nobody because everybody's full of shit.
Lady K, same question to you. What's your biggest takeaway?
And I'd be nicer to people.
That's a good start. What is your takeaway from this season? And if you were to play again, what would you do differently?
I think my biggest takeaway is I'm not untouchable, meaning emotionally. Like I thought I knew who I was coming into this game, but I'd have pushed some buttons this season for me that I'm going to remember for a while going into orgs. I don't know if most people know, but at one point I just quit because I didn't want to. I don't know who I told, but Kiki was about to come out on her, like for real. She was about to get cut. So she took me some places this go round. I don't think I will play again, Dylan. Like it just took me some place. I'm not gonna lie. But if I had to redo this, I wouldn't throw that comp to Taisha. I just wouldn't do it.
T. All right, Ken, same question to you.
What was the question?
It was, what's your biggest takeaway from this season? And if you were to play again, what would you do differently?
Well, to be honest, I made it farther than I thought I would. But I learned to not be a team player and not have too much emotions invested into it. If I was to do it again, I would cause as much chaos as fucking possible.
That's what I'm.
And I do want to bring this full circle. Jen, am I still in the friend zone? Yes, no.
Oh, she giving you the finger?
Sorry, I have 4 screens trying to figure out where my mouth is to unmute. We'll see, Ken. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, Lauren, same question to you.
Biggest takeaway, I was just like shocked at how people perceived me so quickly. Like, I don't know why. I still don't have a full answer on like why LJ wanted me gone so quickly. Like, I truly don't understand how I think I'm perceived, honestly. Because I was just vibing for like a few days and then I was like, oh fuck. If I did it again, honestly, I'm torn. To your point, I said I wasn't going to be in the middle, and then in the team phase, I kind of was. That wasn't my plan, and I kind of love just like crushing it in the second half alone. But also like love Simon, Dylan, Hunter, Taisha. So I would just have to pick one strategy next time, not 3.
Got you. All right, Josh, same question.
Wow. This season's been crazy. I'm doing this game back to back. Once again, I do not recommend it. I don't know. It's just that, like, I think I still have some things to work on because I guess kind of piggybacking off what Lauren said, perception. Because I don't know what it is. It's just been this consistent pattern lately of every bond I make in games is one I make. I'm never someone who usually gets approached, and like you hear about all these alliances that were happened in the team phase that I was never really approached for any alliances. I was just trying to have to find my own path. And it's kind of been a constant theme in org, so I don't know what I need to work on about my persona, my character, because I didn't come into season 1 to play the middle. It's just something that I'm just fucking amazing at. And it's something I can always fall back on if things don't go my way. So I don't know, but I'm not playing another game for a very, very long time after this.
And last but not least, we have our winner, Taisha. So Taisha, what is your biggest takeaway? And obviously you won.
Me.
So you may not want to change anything, but my question for you is, would you change anything if you did anything? If you
Oh,
did
100%. I think the one thing when I came in here, I was really scared of was masking myself in like a group of personalities I've never played with. It's like some people have big personalities in this game, and I feel like I do too, but I like to analyze things, but everybody's personality like kind of like makes you like you have to be vocal in certain aspects, and that's just not how I like to do. I like to be sneaky. So I learned that I can still mask myself with big personalities in the game. So that made me happy. But honestly, Dylan, I want to go all out. Like, I was scared to win competitions because you kept mentioning like my competitions and everything. I want to go full blown crazy. I already got the win, so I don't care no more. I want to go full blown crazy with the games and just be messy, win what I want to win, and see where it goes. Even if I don't end up winning the game, I just want to go crazy with it.
Production, if any of you has anything that you want to say, I'm going to give you a chance
yes.
to.
Tia, would you like to
I'm
insult
going
me
to start
now?
with Keisha. So Keisha, what is your takeaway from this season? And is there anything that you weren't able to say while hosting that you would want to say now?
Okay, so first off, this was my first production of anything. And I'm going to send all of you a bill to help pay for my therapy after this season. Okay, I need to go see a psychiatrist. I need to have my brain checked. I need to have my emotions checked. And it's all your fault. Hey, no one wants to hear that. And it's all your fault. I'm gonna bill you. So when you get one, make sure you send me some money in my Cash App. But hold on, son. This was a lot. It was an emotional roller coaster. It drained me every single day. I enjoyed listening, but it was rough. It was rough. You guys are, whew, you guys are a rough crew. But I'm happy to have met you all. But I'm so happy this season's over and I don't have to be on all your calls and hear the chaos anymore. Thanks.
Amen. Chantel.
She might be sleeping.
She might be. Chantel. Is Isaiah or Tyler awake?
They might be sleeping.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Is there anything you want to say, Tyler?
Well, where should I start?
You should
Well,
start by coming on camera, boo.
Anyway, so so anyway, I want to say congratulations to all 21 of you for doing a amazing job, and I meant what I said. 21 of y'all, for doing such a really amazing job this season. Just like Keisha, I will be sending y'all my therapy bill because woo Chile, and just phenomenal job, great season. I enjoyed it. I ain't gonna say I love all y'all, but great job. Great
Which
job
ones you
to
love?
everybody. I ain't answering that, Da Vinci. And last statement, because I just had to do this. Josh is still a bottom. Anyway, bye.
Of course he is, and you gonna pay for his shoes.
I'm beating your ass on Friday. You lunchtime at LAX, I'm whooping that ass. TSA
Pay for his sheets when you mess him up, Tyler.
This boy is a bottom.
Get back safely to wherever you coming from. Just know that you're gonna get dragged at drag.
Enjoy your visit, Josh and Tyler.
Isaiah, is there anything that you wanted to say?
I have one last thing real quick. These games are supposed to be messy and fun, but next time you guys play, can you not be so vicious? The viciousness is so unnecessary. And I'm saying this across the board because not all of you, but most of you at one point in time did some unnecessary vicious stuff. When you guys play, can you guys just play for fun? You're not winning $1 million. You're
I wasn't
barely going to
vicious.
scratch $100. So let's just, laugh and have a good time.
To piggyback also on Keisha, like now I love me some drama, y'all. I really do. I love me some drama, but this season y'all took it a little bit way too far.
And some people are not here that need to hear this. There's some people that need to hear this.
And actually, I'll call her out myself. Ida, you took it way too far if you're hearing this. Anyway, we don't match. She's not here anymore. But no. I just, like Keisha said, I encourage y'all, never lose sight of, letting someone just pick on you. But this, don't go too far. It's not worth it.
And you're at your house. You're not trapped in a house. You're not on Big Brother. You are on a computer screen at your home. If something happens that you don't like or you're uncomfortable with, log off, close the screen, and go turn your TV on. You're chilling on your bed or on your couch. No one is holding you hostage anywhere. You can always step away for a little bit and come back once you've gathered yourself. There's no need for all that extra.
And then Isaiah, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I'll leave it on a positive note. I don't want to leave the season complaining, because if I was complaining, I'd be here for like 10 years. But I will say, for the majority of the newbies, thank you for playing. I apologize if this was crazy, because this game can be a lot, but it is never. I've been here since like I played season 3. I watched season 4. I've been here since season 5. It has never been this wild. So hopefully this didn't turn you off from this org. If it did, I apologize. But I hope that you at least left this with a positive experience at the end of the day now that it's over. I know this was a very intense time, but a majority of the newbies, very happy that you guys played, and thank you for giving us that time. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be leaving the season with like a lot of ideas what to do for the future. But yeah, until season 11.
I never even knew you were in season 3 this whole time. Oh
And
wow.
I'll second that too. Thank you to all the newbies that put up with all the drama. And this season has made me realize I never want to do vets versus newbies ever again. Just because I feel that the caliber of drama that came into this game is stuff that's been boiling for years. So it kind of just came to a boil in this particular game. And I feel like
You got a little too messy.
The newbies would have thrived against other new players. And I think that's why some of the newer seasons haven't been as explosive as this particular season was. So to any newbie that came into this, and even an NFL vet feels this way too, that was uncomfortable during their time here, or didn't necessarily have the best experience, I'd like to apologize, because my goal with this game is to put on a good show and a fun time. So it sucks that there was a lot of drama, and there were a lot of times where I felt that what's the word? Like the momentum of the game was halted by some bullshit that was going on. So I apologize for that. But I hope that this experience as a whole was something fun and something that we'll all look back on fondly and with positive memories and laughing about. Because at the end of the day, we were just on our computers talking shit. And everyone this season was great except for the two quitter. Well, not Tia and Da Vinci, but the other two, the Karen and the Flop.
Floppy Tista and Rachel Dolezal, we don't miss you.
I will also say no more
awards.
2022. No more Ida. Just saying
We
that.
do have some awards to give out. But firstly, while I pass these awards out, everyone send me a message if you haven't already. If you have, actually just send me another one so I have everyone's votes on file. Send me a vote for Mr. or Mrs. Congeniality. I'll tally them up. This is the person that you feel played the game with the most integrity, was the nicest person, and had gave you the most morale boost the whole season.
Oh, that was me. Easy.
So I'm going to start out with some awards. Okay, so player of the season. I'm going to give out some nominations, and then I'm going to announce who actually won the award. Okay, so player of the season goes towards the player that we felt had played a hard game, played a strategic game, and overall was just like a star. This award has gone to many other iconic players beforehand. So the nominees for this award are going to be in no particular order. And this is obviously not going to include the winner. Lady K, Lauren, and Ken. The award is going to go to, congratulations, Lauren, you have been awarded the Player of the Season award. You really were one competition away from winning the whole game. Honestly, this could have been interchangeable with you and Lady K. Both of you guys just played amazingly, and it was a really hard fought battle to get as far as you did. Hero of the Season. This is going to go to the player that had the most heroic story arc throughout the season, just was a hero through and through. This could have been playing from the bottom. This could have been playing with good morals. This could have been their attitude. The nominees for this award are going to be in no particular order. Taisha, Lady K, and LJ. And the award for Hero of the Season is going to go to Lady K. Congratulations, Lady K. You have been awarded the Hero of the Season.
And
you really
she's
played from the
rested
bottom,
Jelly
and you had an
tonight.
amazing story, and you just played this game with grace all the way through, and it was amazing to watch you play. You were definitely the hero of the season.
Not me flopping. I was trying to play like a villain.
Okay,
All
you don't
right.
got it in you. You don't got it in you, baby. You
Next
don't.
award is going to be Villain of the Season. So this is going to go based off of being a game villain. If we were going based off of being a personal villain, this would be a much different outcome. So the nominees for Villain of the Season are going to be, in no particular order, Heather,
Really?
Tia,
Huh?
and Lauren. But the winner of this award is going to be Lauren. Congratulations,
Let's
Lauren.
go.
You are the villain of the season.
All
Tia
I
and Heather,
wanted.
you also could have gotten this award in any capacity, like villainous. And honestly, a lot of you could have gotten this award. Hunter, Dylan,
What?
Simon.
I thought I would be in the running for the hero. I'm so serious.
What were you a
need to
hero
look-
about? You didn't do
You
anything
need to look
heroic.
back at your diary rooms, Hunter. Okay.
They were fun. They were nice.
I thought you
They
were a
just-
hero hunter.
Okay, so
everything I said
Hunter,
with laughs.
real quick, Hunter, my favorite part would be like where you would like give Lauren money and then people would be like, where the fuck is Lauren getting this money from?
Don't know.
it was wild. Production favorite. So I'm gonna say that each production member can pick a favorite for this one. We usually come up with one. I think everyone should be allowed to just pick one. So production, send me a name for who your favorite was. So before that award, most improved veteran. So this award's going to go to the veteran that we felt improved the most from their last time playing. The nominees for this award are going to be, in no particular order, Hunter, LJ, and Sunshine. And the winner of this award is going to be Hunter. Congratulations, Hunter. You have won the most improved veteran. You've really improved from your game. You may not have had the best veteran game, but from what you started with when you were only 14, not even finishing the game, you played amazingly and you could have had a really deep run if it wasn't for the mercenary twist. Most impressive
the people.
newbie. So this is going to go to a new player that had a really impressive game. Despite coming in with a lack of experience. And we're gonna try our best to even these awards out, because we could just give the same awards like back to back to multiple people. So the nominees for this award are gonna go to Simon, Tia, and Ken. This award for most impressive newbie is going to go to Simon. Simon had a really, really strong game that I don't think a lot of you were able to see. And had Josh not voted him out, Simon really could have been a contender to win.
I'm a little confused by this. You have to explain that one to me.
The judges robbed him. Let me just say that.
I'm thinking Ken had a stronger game and Tia had a stronger game.
Simon
Y'all
was playing
didn't
so
see.
behind the scenes. You guys did not have no idea.
Like honestly, Ken and
The
Tia
game was
robbed. I
playing.
protest.
At least they didn't get robbed from the game at 13th
I
place.
honestly thought it was Tia. Tia should deserve
I
it.
thought
It's only because
Tia came in strong at the second half.
If you didn't
but
quit,
Simon
Tia,
was
you
really
probably would have
nice.
gotten this award.
Tia, if you didn't quit, you probably would have got it.
Yeah. Okay. So for production favorites, Isaiah has selected Ken as his production favorite. So congratulations, Ken.
Thank you, Ken. You didn't get on my nerves.
Tyler
Everyone
has
else-
selected LJ as his favorite player.
no, I didn't get no one.
Team
Keisha-
Country Ham.
Keisha has a 3-way tie. I'm gonna go with the first person on your list. Keisha's pick was Hunter as her production
Keisha,
favorite.
I love you. You are like my favorite. I'm so for real.
My favorite, it's kind of hard because honestly, I liked a lot of you for a lot of different reasons. So I'm just gonna throw a bunch of names out there. Um, I really enjoyed Lady K, Lauren, Ken, Tia, Taisha. Oh my God, I really enjoyed everyone that
Gotta
made
choose
it.
one, Dylan.
I really enjoyed everyone that made it to single digits. Well, that's a lie.
Gosh, you are a jackass.
I forgot about some of the people that are in single digits, but I don't know. It's really hard for me because I really enjoyed a lot of you that made it to the end stages of the game. You know what? I'm gonna be fair and I'm gonna pick someone that did not make it far. I'm gonna say Stassi because Stassi just made me laugh my ass off whenever she got on a call and whenever she spoke. But yeah, so many of you were just like so great. Best Alliance, I thought Dylan was saying you should nominate Best Alliance. I was gonna say there literally was only one alliance. Okay, and then the last award.
Can we win it?
I guess.
We win
yeah.
by default, period.
By default, congrats. Best Alliance award.
There was nobody else to do a solo. Empty chair.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through everyone's votes for Mr. or Mrs.
Did you get
Community.
mine? I Skyped it to you.
Yes, Heather, I got it. Okay, so I'm gonna count the votes for one last time this season.
Oh, by the way, Tia, if you wanted to insult me, you could. Since I hurt you, you can do that to me if you want.
Heather, like, why are you opening that door? Girl, calm down.
Because it'll make her feel better.
Let's not. She feels fine. Let's not.
It's just an offering.
Yeah, let's not.
But like, why are you doing that?
It's unnecessary.
You don't need to do that.
It makes me feel awkward.
It's unnecessary.
Like, Heather, this thing has been let go, and you just keep on like.
Well, if it makes
Also,
her
everyone
feel...
that voted for themselves, please send me a real vote.
Really, y'all are. I didn't even vote for myself. By the way, Josh, are you going to decorate LA with some more dancing?
Girl, I'm hibernating for the summer. I'm going completely off the grid.
Uh-huh. With lots of visits
Wait.
from other people, I assume.
Wait, Dylan, we were all supposed to vote?
I'm going
Yeah, I need your vote for who you think was the most congenial person this season. I actually just need your vote.
I'm going to be at my black ass business.
Oh, have fun with that.
Tia, who was the most honorable, congenial, moral player this season?
Jade.
Really?
Okay,
Yeah.
I have the results. We have a tie. 2 votes for Hunter, 2 votes for Lady K, and 2 votes for Jade. So everyone please vote between Lady K, Jade, and Hunter.
I thought it was a male and female vote.
No, it's only one, Heather.
Well, I'm shocked. Like, what? That's how many people actually voted when there's this many on call? I mean, wow. And why are you dressed like a calendar construction worker?
Me?
Yeah, you just need the little, you're like dressed like to be on a sexy construction worker on a calendar.
I'm in
One
my
of the
pajamas,
noir
Heather.
shoots. All you need is a little tape measure and
I'm in
posing.
my pajamas. Taisha, you have to pick one.
Like, Dylan, don't you realize what you're
the one?
Keisha knows what I'm talking about.
No, I'm laughing at something Taisha did.
Doesn't he look like a construction worker in a sexy photo shoot or a calendar?
I don't know about the sexy photo shoot, but we already talked about the
All he
construction.
needs is a little tape measure, you know, to stretch.
Dylan, do you have the votes?
Bits of himself.
Dylan, do you have the votes?
We have a 3-way tie. 3-3-3.
Y'all.
How did we get more votes?
Is 3-3 because some people voted like 2 different ways the first time.
Hey, you know
Okay.
what? I just love that Lady K is
Okay,
literally-
Prod, what do we want to do?
Wait, I didn't vote.
Oh yeah, vote.
Damn.
Can I say it out loud?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
I already know what you're gonna do though.
There, I voted.
Okay, so the winner of Mr. or Mrs. Congeniality. for
Wait,
this
wait, wait,
season,
wait, wait, wait. What are we voting for?
Vote for who was the most morally congenial person this season: Hunter, Lady K, or Jade.
What does that mean?
Who do you think was like the nicest person this season?
Obviously, Jade. Come on now. Where are we voting?
You can just
I
say it on
don't
the
see
call.
how you say it was Jade because Jade did.
Heather, just
It was
stop voting.
sarcasm, dickhead.
Who do you want to vote for? Lady K, Jade, or Hunter?
I'm gonna say Hunter.
All right, the winner of this award.
Wow. And I was told I couldn't say
is-
mine out loud, but okay.
Congratulations, Hunter. You have been awarded the Mr. Congeniality Award of the season by a very, very narrow vote.
Period.
Okay,
Period.
well-
Just like everything else in life, barely.
I guess that wraps up this season. I do have some announcements about what is coming next.
What were the other awards?
Jen, you're still here, right? You're on mute.
I'm here.
So I am happy to announce that I am currently planning with Jen, Braden, and the rest of the DH1 network a live I Love Money. That is my next goal, to produce a real life version of this show, to film it in a house, to have real life competitions, a camera crew, episodes. We're looking to have that sometime either at the end of this year or in the beginning of next year. So we are planning that right now. So there's going to be a lot of different things we do throughout the year trying to fundraise. We'll be doing live streams, we'll be doing minis, limited series. So that is our main priority right now. So yeah, if you are interested, stay tuned.
If y'all want to see HLC back on TV, please sponsor me. Contact me through
Jen,
the
do you have
social media
anything that you
channels
wanna
and
say?
donate towards my plane ticket so you can.
Jen, do you
All
want to
right. So I am very excited to help with this. I am involved in a lot of these kinds of things, but especially the fundraising. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm excited to see what we come up with. Dylan, have you said when you're thinking of doing it at all?
Yeah, I told them either end of this year, beginning of next year is our time frame right now. We will still be doing online versions of this show. I don't know the exact time frame of when we'll have our next season, because to keep it a $150, you know me, I need a break. But I'm gonna try focusing more so on minis and limited series. I really liked when we did Jen's winning season, where it was 2 weeks and that was it. We did 4 episodes and then we were done. And there's so many different things that I want to do. I want to do like a lip sync competition, a talent show competition. Like there's so many different things that we could be doing on a short-term scale. Baddies DH1, some people want to do. So stay on the lookout for limited series, which are like 2-week long seasons, and minis, which are one night only games that anyone is welcome to do. If you are interested in being a part of the DH1 network as a player or maybe as an intern, I don't know, feel free to join our Facebook group and keep up to date with whenever we're doing things. We are almost always active, and we've been going 10 seasons strong. And to kind of wrap up my thoughts, this has been a crazy motherfucking season, but 10 seasons in, it's been a wild ride. I don't know what the future of this game holds, as I started this game when I was in high school, but I really started it like season 2 when I was a freshman in college. I'm now graduating college in like 2-3 days. So I don't know what the future is going to bring. I don't know if I'm going to be too busy to host, but whatever this series brings, I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful from everyone, from Emma, the very first person that got voted out of this game, to Taisha, our newest winner, for playing. Whether I beefed with you, whether I'm close friends with you, thank you for seeing something in this game and bringing something to the table. Thank you to everyone that's been watching us this season. This has been a highly rated season. We've had about 400 to 500 views per episode, which is incredible. It's our highest ratings since like season 4, season 5. Thank you to all of our players this season, except for 2 of them. And thank you to my production members for helping. I truly could not have done this without you guys. Taisha, I do have your check. The physical one is somewhere, but I'll be cash apping you later tonight your winnings. Congratulations again on winning and earning your spot in the DH1 Hall of Fame. And who knows, one of you watching could be the next inductee. Stay on the lookout for I Love Money 11. Normally I would announce what the next season plan is, but right now I don't got a plan for it. There's a lot of different options, but I'm looking for new players. I'm looking for newbies. So if you haven't played before, do it. Anyways, thank you to the season 10 cast, and hopefully we'll be seeing you guys again very soon. But until next time, from outside the I Love Money mothership, I am your host, Dylan Andrews, and I think one last time, let's let the music play. I'm gonna quickly get the music. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
And congratulations on graduating, Dylan.